And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome you back. Good morning. Hope all is well on your Sunday morning here inside Cherry Lanes at the Diamond Joe Casino in Dubuque, Iowa. As we get you underway with round 2. And if you are unfamiliar with the way today will work, it's a very intriguing format. And it is known as the Flanagan format. Mike created this bonus system, and of course Joe and Jeff applied it, tried it out a few years back, and essentially everybody's in play today. Doesn't matter if you qualified first in the top 48 who are on the lanes now, or if you are 48th. It does not matter because the bonus pin structure is a little bit different than what you'd be used to. Not your typical or standard 30 bonus for a win. It's not round robin match play. What it is essentially a beat the field bonus structure where every game someone's going to get 48 bonus pins because that's how many players are in the field. So high game of the day or the game. Game 1, someone's going to get 48. Middle of the pack game, you'll get middle of the pack bonus pins, and if you happen to have the lowest game of the, in this case, game 1 of 12, then you'll get 1 bonus pin. And I've heard several stories. In fact, last year, Darren Bloomquist, who actually qualified 48th and made a run to the show. It is very possible. Talked to Trent Mitchell. I think he told me within the last 2 years he qualified 44th, ended up 16th. So there's going to be a ton of movement. And on your screen right now, some of the top players from yesterday's qualifying, of course. It took plus 97 to advance to the top 48 in round 2 tonight, or this morning, excuse me. Plus 97. And it could have been much different. There were several players during last night's C squad who had a chance to advance in the 9th and 10th frames and fell a little bit shy, of course, of the goal. Had those players advanced, we probably would have been looking at a plus 103 scenario, and we potentially could have had a roll-off. But plus 97 was held by 2 players, and it was for 47th and not 48th. Of course, if the tie had been for 48th, then we would have had a roll-off. But Zach Carter, Matt Hibbard get the final 2 spots. Interestingly enough, Darren Bloomquist bowled at 9 a.m. yesterday. He was on A squad. And he wasn't sure about his number, which was plus 103. Now, I just told you, Bloomquist also last year qualified 48th and made a run. So that would be a name I'd tell you to watch out for immediately. But on your screen, 13 through 16 at the moment. Now, if I remember this correctly, because we were given the correct pronunciation for Christopher's last name in the chat last night. I believe it was Chashansky. But they call him Topher. And in the chat, they refer to him as Big Toph. But, well, he went, I understand he got pretty serious last night. Put together some serious games in the back 3 to move into 5th. Jorge Rodriguez was great last night as well. Topher was at plus 217. Jorge got to 213. Of course, Dawson Peterson shot 300 during B squad. He went on a nice little run there earlier to get to plus 209. Seen some interesting leaves so far here across the building. I mean, there's a fair share of strikes, and you anticipate that. That's the one thing that has been constant. The fresh has been excellent. with regard to high scores. There's Bobby Habetler. He settled into 8th yesterday at plus 208. Dawson Peterson also on 13 and 14. Then on 15 and 16, Garrett Meadows is letter A. Luke Switalski is B. Dave Dentlinger, who shot .815 for his final 3 games of B squad. Great bowl in there. He actually qualified 11th at plus 195, and Cameron Foster. So you're essentially seeing your 5 through 12. Your 1 through 4 begins on 11 and 12. And that's Josh Kennedy, Evan Flagg, Bud Kroll, and Ryan Powers. And as they move across the cabin, of course, we'll see them, but they also should end up on 9 and 10 in the final game. And we'll see, of course, the leaders who are coming into today will still be in the mix later this afternoon. Good morning to all. I see Scooby in the chat. Did I get the and I don't know how to pronounce Miss Jane? Is it Janik? Janik? Jane K. There's so many options in the chat, but I'm most concerned about nailing the pronunciation of Chashinsky, if I remember that correct. Over on 7 through 10, which has been our other featured pairs, of course, this weekend. We do have, let's see, 41st through 48, so our last 8 qualifiers. And I am expecting a run from one of those players. It could be Darren Bloomquist. It could be young Caden Stork, who threw all 3 in the 10th to shoot 258 on B squad, and that ultimately is what got him in the number. He finished 46th. And we knew as it was happening he would have needed at least a double, but it turns out he needed every single one in the 10th frame. I think he threw the back 6 ultimately. We would think that the scoring pace to some degree would remain close to the same, especially now with 48. Theoretically, right, you've got the best at this point on the lanes. Look across where I'm at right now, and a good view of we're actually starting on 3 today, so we're going 3 to 26 with now 1 and 2 open and available if a breakdown were to occur. With the top 48 on the lanes, there's still 4 on a pair, which just gets us, of course, to 24 lanes in use. Thank you early to of course, Jeff Riggles, 11thframe.com, the Greater Iowa Bowling Association, and Joe Engelkiss and his entire family. Like Rosie, daughter Jen, doing a great job. Nice to be here this weekend. I've streamed some events in Iowa, but not for the GIBA, and the talent certainly does come out. And certainly every single sponsor associated, not just with this tournament, but also the GIB as a whole. Obviously, Ebonite, a big part of that. Jerry Lanes right here in Diamond Joe Casino. The Dubuque Regional Sports Commission, Coach Brandon Steen and the Steen team. IAMBowling. Kwik Star and Kwik Trip. And of course the overarching brands of Brunswick. Speaking of good people of Iowa, Matthew McConaughey checking in. Yeah, this is, you know, one of the more unique formats I've ever heard. I'm not shocked who the creator of it was, but that's part of his superpower. Like, I can't wait to get to halfway through the block, and as Coach Eric Liddick described it as volatility is what you would see and anticipate today, and certainly what he's seen and many others have seen and experienced in the past. There are some really good young people bowling this tournament who have advanced. One of them is Evan Flav, another Luke Switalski. Several incoming freshmen dispersing across a couple of universities, St. Ambrose and Mount Mercy being a couple. I'm curious if young Toph here is headed to school, in school. I'd have to imagine someone has knocked on his door in the past. Good shot there for Garrett Meadows. He's looking very Wisconsin Whitewater-ish right now with that jersey. There's Dave. Boy, he put together a nice little run at the end of his squad yesterday. An 8:15. And Toph did something similar. Luke Switalski got a chance to cross with Luke Kroll and Trent Mitchell. And all three of those players had some really, really excellent blocks. Oh, Luke. The 8-pin is your father. That is the worst pin on earth. If we could have 9-pin bowling and remove the 8-pin, I'm good with it. I'm here for that. We do have a couple of women who've also advanced to the top 48. Brittany Smith, PWBA regional champion, former player of the year collegiately at Grandview University. She's got, she will win a national title in the future. It's just a matter of when and not if. Jenna Williams was leading B squad for, I feel like, a good portion of the day. What's the A squad? I can't remember which squad. I think it was B that she bowled on. Jenna is in the field. Good morning, Brian. And also good morning to Taylor. And Yannick got it. Okay. Scooby, I think I told you this, but I once had a youth bowling coach in youth league. His nickname was also Scooby. And he would always talk about the need for a Scooby snack. That was his thing. He struck a lot, though. Struck a lot. Big, powerful individual. Which methods of play will ultimately get the players to the top 5? And I don't see many changing up their strategy. Jeff Riggles talked to Dawson Peterson yesterday, talked to Josh Kennedy, of course, the respective leaders of their squads. I think Dawson ended up not being the leader by a pin or two, but he had shot 300, so he was worthy of a conversation. Last night, Book Kroll led C Squad, and they all, for the most part, talked about just really keeping the game plan the same. And there's no reason for Josh Kennedy not to do that. He's working on 279 out the gates. What looks like urethane still in play for a lot of players. Resurfacing those urethanes and reapplying surface, making it fresh, of course, for practice. Some going right up the board, some hooking it 12, 13-ish to the friction near the gutter. That was a popular play yesterday. Some, again, going right up Main Street, right up 5. Trent Mitchell was able to do it with reactive. He probably was the furthest right I saw, staying on top of it. Brian Thompson was doing something similar on A Squad. Brian Thompson ended up making it too. You're welcome, by the way, Brian, if I didn't say that. Thank you. We said the number was going to be around 100. Coach Liddick was saying 90. I thought you had to be at least 100 over to be in the conversation. And 45 people ended up being 100 over or more. And again, it could have been easily all 48. Peterson can shoot 279. I'm sorry, 259. 279 still available for Bobby Hebetler. I mentioned Josh Kennedy. He struck again in the 8th on 11. He's got 279 possibilities. Book Kroll 259 max. Zach Andreessen getting closer to flirting with 280. And so for the most part, things look to be about the same on the fresh. Love to see that viewer number continue to rise this morning as you wake up and smell your coffee. We're kicking it all day. We got 12 games. And then obviously the Stepladder Championship Finals. Which lane? Which lane? On 18? Okay, thank you. All right, David Cole has the front 9 on 18. That's my guy David Cole right there. All right, let's see. Yeah, he's not up yet. When he gets up, though, I might take a walk down there. Well, let's see. Let's give a nice preview, right? So, D. Cole will bowl pretty well yesterday. Let's see. Where is Mr. Cole? All right, so Dave Cole was 15th at plus 186. Josh Kennedy, 10 pin in the 9th. Next door. Zach Andreessen did go 7 spare in the 9th, so he could only shoot 257. Bobby Habetler still with the 279 possibility. Looks like D. Cole is going to be on the right side of your screen. Well, he might peek in there on, I think he's finishing on 17. He is. So he will appear again right side of your screen. There he is right there. This is for 10 in a row. Oh, wow. David Cole. Now, this is fun for me. I've known David Cole since about 2003. We started bowling Illinois youth scholarship tournaments. And we've been very cool ever since. We got junior gold stories to share. All kinds of stuff. Competed against one another. But we're enjoyed the competition. Great friends. This would be pretty cool to watch, someone I grew up bowling with and against. Post an honor score here, game 1. This is for 11 in a row. Bang. Believe it or not, folks, the guy told me yesterday that he doesn't bowl a lot anymore. I don't believe it one bit. And just like that, Bobby Habetler going to be in the 270s. But Bobby is not going to get 48 bonus pins. That honor looks like it's going to belong to David Cole. This is for 300. Oh my. That's 6 or 7. 7. 297 for David Cole, but that's a heck of a start. Habetler. 278 for Bobby of the wonderful Habetler family in Chicago. owners of Hebetler Bowl. So with that said, well, let's see. Matt Hibbert out the gates, 268 with a spare. Luke Switolski can still shoot 240 plus. Zach Andreessen. Trying to make that too, and understandably so. That's a missed opportunity there. So he has to settle for 232. Hibbert did shoot 268. Zach Carter got on a run in the middle of the game. They can only get to 226 now. Josh Kennedy shot 246. Great shot from Zach Carter. See where he's playing. And again, the majority of the field is in that zone. 37 feet, 24 mils. 1.1 to 1 on the left, 1.66 to 1 on the right. You can't just throw it anywhere. You got to execute on this. And missing left has certainly been detrimental. But today, of course, you know, we're bowling 12 games and not 6. And so we'll see a few different transitions and iterations of this pattern as we move forward. But of course, the goals of the tournament directors and the staff has always been to have something from the pattern perspective that folks don't have to get too far left on. Caden Storr got to 205. So if you joined us late, David Cole, 297 to begin things today. 297. 278, Bobby Hebetler. There was one 268 from Matt Hibbert. Kai Evans is going to be in the 240s. Seen a few 236 games around, a ton of 220s, some 2-teens. Luke Switolski, one more of those. He will be in the 240s as well. Luke literally just moved in yesterday. His parents, Phil and Amy, of course, making the drive and helping him move in for the first time in his lifetime with regard to college. Young man about to soar and do some really good stuff, not just for the bowling team, but certainly academically as well at Mount Mercy. But from the bowling side, if you're a college competitor or coach, that's what you should expect this season from Luke Switolski. Cameron Foster. From the headband, of course, at William Penn. I think he also competed there as well, if my memory is correct. Should see the first four, the top four coming into this. Again, Josh Kennedy, Boog Kroll, Evan Flath, and Ryan Powers on 13 and 14. We'll take a look at that group here in just a moment. Does look like Chris Ray is going to get us started on 9 and 10 as we move quickly into game 2 of 12. Zach Andreessen, Brett Lloyd, Chris Ray, Brittany Smith, Matt Gasson on 7 and 8, Trenton Holes. I think Kai Evans is on 7 and 8. Good shot there from Gasson. And of the players I've seen so far, that might be the furthest left. Andreessen close to where Matt's laydown point is. Just a hair right. Chris Wiley trying to do a little bit of the same thing. His ball speed's much slower. Chris, a proud St. Louis Cardinals fan. He's like, I know I'm in Iowa. I'm definitely wearing my Cardinals gear. Bullish from the high end, moving down to 3 and 4. And so everyone is through with game 1. Now comes the fun part, especially for Jen Whitberg, who will be and has handled all of the stats. She kind of broke down the process. So did Joe yesterday a little bit about the data entry for scores and, you know, sorting them, of course, and then re-entering or resorting. She's got it down to a science. This is the type of event I think that you could really duplicate in just other parts of the country. I'm thinking about just bowling in general. And there's so many tournaments to bowl, many tournament directors out there. Appreciate all of the hard work, because obviously it's not easy running a tournament. I think sometimes people think it is actually simple, and on paper it might be. 9-pin goes for Gasson. Darren Bloomquist next door. Put up a 2-pin. He got off to a really good start yesterday during A squad. He would have got in anyway, but he told me he ended up making like the 410 in the 10th frame. He struck and then made the spare. And I told him, hey, nice, nice spare. And of course we were in, the booth at the time. I think Jeff was here. And he said, hey, that could be the difference in advancing. He still would have made it by a few pins, but it does go to show how close it truly was. After he ended up filling again 20 for plus 103, and he got in by 6 pins. That's where young Caden and his dad, and mainly his dad too. And Caden's 17 years old, and they're just kind of, they're not starting out in the bowling part, but they are just starting out, obviously, where, of course, Caden experimenting and dabbling in some of this high-level competition. And I told him yesterday, listen, I watch professional bowling a lot for a living. Doubling in the 10th frame is a part of the job. And for him to do that, not only double, he threw all 3 in the 10th. I mean, that was the equivalent of a PBA, PWBA cut on a Friday night. Hey, you need all 3 in the 10th to give yourself the best chance. Well, he got all 3 in the 10th. And it gets into the cut by 1 pin. So that every pin matters or every pin counts cliche that you often hear in this sport. It is true. Especially in formats like this. You just got to get in there. And today is a new tournament. We're used to having maybe like when we say it's a new tournament the next day, maybe there's a match play bracket, right? The pins have dropped, but there's so many pins available that essentially it is like a new tournament. We'll check in on our top 4 coming into this morning. They're on 13 and 14. Already seeing a few strikes. In fact, through 2 frames. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Evan Flath is about to bowl his 2nd frame. So there could be 7 out of 8 strikes on 13 and 14 through 2. Mr. Mitchell, good morning. Let's see here with regard to lefties. I think Brandon Cryer, as I watched him last night, was left-handed. Should be him, Cam. Yeah, maybe 2. Maybe 2. As I watch everyone pass through again, I'll keep that in mind, but I've got 2 at the moment. Bobby Habedler still striking. All right, we got our first look at the results. I'm going to refresh. And I will now post that link for you to view. Okay, here we go. You see, the pins do carry over, but because of the Flanagan format and the available bonus pins each game, it is much like a new tournament. All right, that is now pinned. Make sure you click that for me and let me know if it works. All right, so after one game, Josh Kennedy is still leading. Got 41 bonus pins. He shot 246, solid game. And that now at 1771. Let me get my pin out. And we will need pins for the rest of the day. So that puts him at plus 371. Bobby Hebetler got 46 bonus pins with his 278 game. That moves him immediately into second place. And again, for context, Bobby Hebetler came in 8th. He's now second. Kennedy remains in first. David Cole, of course, shot 297. He did get the highest amount of bonus pins with 48. He beat the field in game 1. So he is now third at plus 331. You know, we always talk about in a round robin scenario, right? If you shoot 300, that's plus 100, and you get the 30 bonus pins for the win, that's plus 130. And David Cole came out here and got plus 145 out the gates. Let's see, other big movers here. Let's see, Evan Flath, solid 220 game. Again, you know, if you shoot 220, Flath got 26 bonus pins. That's still solid. But Kroll, 238, he got 37 bonus pins. He's at plus 307. Luke Switalski now at plus 294. After 43 bonus pins. Dawson Peterson, Jay Skodell, Cam Crow shot 256. And this is where, you know, Cam said it yesterday. Yeah, it's like any really good athlete in a particular sport. They go in to train, they get their work in that day, and then they're prepared, obviously, for the competition the following day. And that's basically what Cam, that was his mindset yesterday. Coming in, I'm getting my work in, seeing what I need to see, and then on Sunday, I'm coming for the title. Prize fund today, $2,800 for the winner, $2,300 to the runner-up, $1,800 for third, $1,400 for fourth, $1,100 for fifth. Everyone who is bowling right now does receive a check. 48th will be $260. And there were 4 additional spots that were paid. 49th through 52nd each received $200 apiece. So Tommy Barnwell, John Shallow, Stephen Habel, and Jackson Satterley did not walk away empty-handed. And some players also received some free slot play courtesy of thelovetheframe.com. A couple bowlers who had already left the building. Had several names called, but he had to keep going and moving down the list. So we got a front 5 on 7 and 8. I see front 5 on 14. Talked about the numerous strikes down there. We'll check it out here in just a minute as we watch Matt Gasson double, 9 spare double for Gasson. Easy money for Matt Gasson. Taking 5 for the step ladder, so that is plus 307. the moment. Kai Evans looking to make it the front 6. Zach Carter has moved over to 11 and 12. He's got the front 6. He'll be in your screen, actually right of it. There he is. And that ball came screaming off the gutter. That's it's a weird thing to say, but the miss down lane, if you get it too far right and it's zooming off the half board, and you could leave a design. Michael Kickmall to our left on 5 and 6, along with actually not along with, excuse me, Andrew Blaney has the front 8 on 5 and 6, but Mike Kickmall has spare 6-bagger on the same pair. There's Mike on the left of your screen. Oh, 9-pin. Get out of town. Andrew Blaney to our left. He's going to be on lane 6 here in just a moment. He is looking for the front 9. We've already had one 297 this morning. That was from David Cole. There's Blaney, left of your screen. And he has 9 in a row. Andrew Blaney, after one, shot 233. Moved him to 24th. He started the day in 33rd, and now is looking for the maximum 48 bonus pins here in game 2. Today was definitely a Wheaties day, and some people may not even know what I'm referring to. But just not just for the 12 games alone, right? Breakfast would be important today. But it, you know, and obviously tongue in cheek though. But it looks like guys came out ready to play today, and that's what you would expect on a championship Sunday. So Kickmall still with an opportunity to shoot 280. I'm sorry, 290. I beg your pardon. And then Blaney will have the opportunity at perfection here shortly. All right, Blaney's going to enter your screen left. Great shot. All right, he's got the front 10. Didn't like it. Got a break. So Blaney is to the left of your screen. All right, here he is, looking to surpass the 297 from David Cole earlier in game 1. And there it is. Andrew Blaney, maximum bonus pins. Over to 15 or 13 through 16 real quick. Andrew Blaney at Mount Mercy. That is where he goes to school. He was on the NCBCA All-Rookie team in the 23-24 season. Not sure he completed his sophomore campaign. There was the front 9 opportunity next door for Mr. Kroll, trying to match. Meanwhile, Mike Hickmall. There's Big Toph. And 2-8. Kickball to your left. 10 pin. Big opportunity there for Mike. 269 is still good though. They'll take that. Wiley with the slow wheel. Matt Gaston can still shoot 279. We'll check back in. Kai Evans can also shoot 279 on 7 and 8. So we could have a pair of those on 7 and 8 this morning in game 2. The ball on the fill for Mike Kickball. He shoots 268. We'll take a look at Kennedy here in the 10th frame. But first, Matt Gass. Oof. Oof. Now back to Kennedy. Gasson didn't make the spare, so he'll be in the 250s. But Andrew Blaney, the highlight in game 2, he shoots 300. David Cole, 280 in game 2. Holy shnikes. David Cole, 297, 280. Thank you to Jen Wittenberg for that update. Wow, David Cole, you're talking about somebody seeing it properly. Cole should be making the flip back to the low end, or to the low end of the building, in a couple of games. We'll see where he is then. Folks, this morning, if you wouldn't mind, if you got a moment, go ahead and hit the thumbs up for me. Let's get this stream trending and our live videos this morning across YouTube. It's been a great weekend for bowling overall. Obviously here, Cherry Lanes inside Diamond Joe Casino. My name is Emil Williams Jr., by the way, with Bowlstream TV. We had there's PBA 50 regional going down in Wisconsin. There was a PBA regional in Ohio. Of course, the New Mexico Open. I got Mike and Inside Bowling there to this weekend. All right, so Book's going to be in 260s, 269 with spare. Kai Evans did get the first one in the 10th. I'll watch his final 2 shots here in a moment. First, Evan Flath, who can get to 250. He'll need a double in the 10th to do so. He will have to settle for 240 in a difficult spare with regards to the choppable perspective. Boy, Dawson Peterson, man, just such a smooth cat on the lanes. Here's Kai Evans. Yeah, he got it there early. Right, count gets him to 266. Brittany Smith trying to figure out a way to put some doubles together here. She's going to be in the 190s, 195 now. And Reeson missed a single pin in the 9th. Spare gets him to 181. I think you'll see more players going after, you know, splits and whatnot on fill shots today. Knowing obviously the bonus pin structure, and truly, you know, you make a split and the fill, and all of a sudden that count goes from 1-2, and that extra pin just might get you 5 more bonus pins. So again, if you joined us late today, through 2 games, David Cole, who started in 15th place, shot 297 to get maximum bonus pins. He then followed that with 280 in game 2. He will not get max bonus pins, though, in game 2 because Andrew Blaney shot 300. Blaney will take the 48 bonus pins just like Cole did in game 1 with his 297. That's just 2 games in the books, folks, and it's already serious in here. Well, there's a very brief break as players are making the move to the next pairs for game 3. Again, thank you to the sponsors here at 11thframe.com, Cherry Lanes, Diamond Joe Casino, Dubuque Regional Sports Commission, Brandon Steen and the Steen team, IAMBowling, Kwik Star, and Kwik Trip, and Ebonite Bowling Products, of course. Ryan Powers moves over to 13 and 14. Blaney moved over to 7 and 8. Did not continue to strike. There's some interesting pairs already developing as we now move into game 3. Right, so we'll start here. Clay Reese, Mike Kickmall, Brady Stearns, All right, now joined in the booth by the tournament director here.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Joe Engelkiss, how you doing, Joe?
I'm doing great today. We're going to have an exciting finish, I'm sure. A lot of strikes being thrown yet this morning.
You got that right.
David Cole's working his way to the top in a hurry. Crazy.
Yeah, speaking of David Cole, I was talking about him, watching his 300 attempt, and I've known him for a very long time, more than 20 years at this point. And he doesn't bowl a lot, he told me, but I can't tell based on what he's what he's doing here, even yesterday, and certainly this morning. 297, 280.
Yeah, he shows up a couple times a year to bowl our events, and always performs very well. And yeah, he always tells me too, I don't do that much bowling. Doesn't throw it like he doesn't bowl.
Joe, obviously, this is my first time seeing the event in person, but you created a wonderful space for bowlers here, and obviously the uniqueness of the event, especially on today. What keeps bowlers coming back, not just to this event, but everything that you guys do within the Greater Iowa Bowling Association?
Well, it's been a long road, but when we first took over administration, my family and I, back in 1999, I was a bowler, and I bowled Greater Iowa tournaments ever since 1976 when I got serious about the game, and I helped administer for, starting at about 1979 or somewhere in there. And when we took it over in 99, my goal was to build it back up. We were down to where we were only getting somewhere in the neighborhood of 35 to 40 entries a tournament. And there was a lot of things that needed to be changed. Nothing against the left-handed players. I got a whole bunch of them as friends, but from the mid 90s until 99, the left side just dominated our tournaments, and it was costing us entries, to be honest. So one of the first things we did is we changed the format around a little bit. we redressed before the finals. Then we did a second round of qualifying in Stepladder. We just started using some different formats, and we started getting bowlers to come back a little bit. The equity between the left and the right side got a little better. And then early in the 2000s, around 2002 or 3, we decided we were going to start using some patterns instead of bowling on the house shot. And that was kind of where the turnaround really started. We lost some lefties, to be honest. We did, because, you know, back in those days when you started using the 2.5, 3-to-1 patterns, the left side just didn't play very easy. Didn't play well at all in a lot of cases. And that was something we had to find a way to combat and get that back to being a little more equitable for everybody. So it was a little bit of a painful experience there for a while for the left side, but eventually we got in with John Janowitz at Kegel. Was a great help to us in kind of finding patterns that didn't shut the left side out, didn't shut the straighter guys out, gave everybody kind of an opportunity to play. And again, we started building it back up. We got to where we were up to 60 or 70 entries a tournament, which wasn't where I wanted it to be, but it was better than the 40 we were at. And then 2011 came along, and Bruce Strom at Maple Lanes in Waterloo, he was a longtime proprietor there. His family owned it since mid-50s when it was built. And Jim Johnson, who was president of the Waterloo Bowling Association at the time, they hosted a PBA regional at Maple Lanes, and the local business visitors and convention bureau donated like $10,000 toward that tournament. The problem was over half of that didn't end up in the prize fund. They were not very happy with the way that all went down. A bunch of the money ended up at the PBA headquarters, which that was the way they did it back in those days. So they approached me and said, hey, if we hold a big-time tournament here over a weekend, would you be willing to promote and run it? I said, well, absolutely. And we sat down, talked about it. And that first year we got, I believe it was $8,000 that all went in the prize fund.
Wow.
And we were still learning, obviously. We only had 2 squads. So 128 bowlers was the max. It's 32 lane center. And boy, it sold out in a hurry. And then everybody came and they just absolutely loved the weekend. That was the start. The following year, we found out that there was something new called live streaming. And Mike Flanagan came up and live streamed. We were actually his first major live stream event. And so I'm pretty close with Mike because of that. And he keeps coming back and doing our live streams for not enough money. But I also told him way back when, this is all about the bowlers, man. And I'm not going to rob out of my prize list
Sure.
to do a live stream. And I said, we'll skip the live stream if that's what happens. So, yeah, anyway, it was. But that's where it really started. Then after that, we went to 3 squads. And then all of a sudden, the guy said, well, let's do it more than once. So then we had a spring and in 2012, we did 2 of them, one in the fall, one in the spring. And then in 2014, I believe it was here, with the 11th frame, Jeff Rickles had been coming to bowl our other major events. Back then, they were called the Fusion Realtors tournaments because Fusion Realty was our title sponsor. And he had bowled some of them. He said, you guys do a bang-up job of running these things. I want to resurrect my 11th frame. They had it 1 year, and then they skipped 2013, I think. And he says, would you guys be willing to come to Dubuque and run the tournament? And I said, sure. August isn't my favorite time of the year to be doing a bowling tournament, but I said, oh yeah, we'll give it a shot. And here we are all these years later. Now our average tournament's over 100 entries, and you know, these things are sold out. And this one sold out in 2 days. I announced taking entries on June 25th, I believe, 24th, something like that. And by that weekend on the 26th, which is my wedding anniversary, it was sold out. So it's the guys love them, and we really enjoy putting them on for them. You know, that's kind of the story, the backstory behind where the Greater Iowa is today, and how we got to where we are. And boy, when I started doing this in '99, I never would have dreamed I'd still be doing it 26 years later at almost 74 years of age. But it's kept me young. I still bowl a few of them. I'll bowl the 2 Ebonite tournaments in Waterloo because my family can all be there to help. And my daughter Jennifer actually bowls those 2 tournaments as well now.
Does she bowls too?
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, she always bowls C squad, so she's kind of tired by the time it rolls around. But yeah, she has cashed a female check a couple times, and yeah, her game's gotten a lot better. So it's a joy to do this with my family. I know my wife gets a little tired of the grind, but I could never have done all this without them. It's a family affair. My son bowls the Ebonite tournaments too. He doesn't do a lot of traveling to bowl anymore. Has 3 very active kids that are
what
into
ages?
Everything. They are, let's see, 12, 10, and 5.
Okay.
They're into everything. So we're always busy. And they're, fortunately, this weekend in August isn't a real big one for them. So, yeah. And he does all our website work for us. And that's his job in the real world. He's a web developer. So, yeah, it just made things a lot easier to have family members that had some special qualities to help me out. So.
Absolutely. That's a way to keep it in the family, is from that regard too, and spend time with them.
Yes.
When you can't spend time the way you'd want to,
right?
Vacation or something along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah. Part of the problem is our vacations have to be kind of scheduled around bowling events.
Oh,
things like
tell
that.
me about it.
Yeah, you know. But over the years, we've managed to get some nice vacation time in, my wife and I, and the good thing is I've got both my kids are there too to help out. If we go away for a week right before a tournament, Jennifer will keep an eye on my emails and my Facebook messages and all that kind of stuff to keep my my spreadsheets updated on the entries and stuff. So yeah, we get away once in a while, so that's nice.
In the booth with the Joe Engelkiss, you can hear the passion. You're right about that, Matthew McConaughey, who's watching it, who said some wonderful words. Matt actually said, "Great family giving back to the bowlers."
Yeah, he also gives a lot back, so appreciate that, Matt, and thanks for all you do too. A lot of these younger kids that are coming out to bowl are doing that because of some of the work that Matt and his group have done on the junior programs. So
yeah, absolutely,
it's a big deal.
And I've had the benefit of personally working with the YBSF.
Yeah.
And they are fantastic.
Great group of people, all dedicated to the game.
Scott Alderson also said thank you for the amazing work you and your family do.
Yep. His son Brock has been
He
coming to
bowled
our
yesterday.
events. Yep. Yes, he did. He bowled C squad, I believe.
Yeah, he bowled last night.
Yeah.
Representing William Penn.
Yep.
We've got some
he
scores.
Throws a great ball, too.
Yeah, he does. I was watching him last night.
Powerful young man.
And he was watching, actually, earlier. He was watching the live stream
Uh-huh.
on A&B, and then he said he was going to be bowling that night, and I watched him. David Cole, as we talked about, folks, 297, 280. He got the max bonus in game 1 and the third to best max that you can get in game 2 with 46 bonus points.
With a 280 game, he was third. Oh, my. I knew they were throwing a lot of strikes this morning.
I mean, and correct, you're right. He was third. Justin Abboud shot 286.
Okay.
And, of course, Andrew Blaney shot 300. And now Abboud, former St. Ambrose collegiate athlete, he's now 10th. Blaney is now 9th.
Okay. Is David Cole leading now?
Cole is leading.
I figured he had to be after that.
He better
start.
be leading.
Yeah. You know, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Justin Abboud came all the way back from California to bowl this.
Yes.
And that just amazed me. And Clay Reese, standing right in front of us, came from Utah, flew in Friday, came up here with his buddy Cameron Foster, and I think this might be the first time he's bowled this tournament, but he's bowled a number of our Ebonite events, and he's bowling again next month. He's flying back out from Utah to bowl the Fall Classic. So, yeah, he likes coming to these events because
that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's amazing to me. We draw bowlers. I think our last, I haven't figured it out for this one, but our last Fusion event, we had bowlers from 13 states bowling. So the last Ebonite Fall Classic and Winter Classic. So, yeah, we draw them from all over the Midwest. It's amazing.
When I saw Clay yesterday, first of all, I saw his name on the roster, and then I saw him actually compete, and I go, well, I know he does not live close, so he had to get on the plane, or unless he just wanted to make the drive.
No,
from
he
Utah to
actually
Iowa.
flew. He didn't even enter until Thursday. He was on the wait list, and he got a spot, and he says, I can make that work. He booked his flight and then flew out Friday.
And here he is bowling.
Yeah, here he is bowling. Made the finals.
Probably in the future. I bet pretty soon he'll be bringing his daughter.
He actually brought her to the, I think it was the Fall Classic.
Nice.
2 years ago. Might have been just last year. I don't remember for sure, but yeah, she's been out to bowl it. She's a very good player. Very good player.
Yeah, I know that. I'm assuming that the college is already knocking on Lizzie's door.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of knocking on doors, well, we've talked about David Cole, 297, 280. Andrew Blaney could now go 300, 290. Whew. He is on 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Letter A.
Yeah. Who is letter B on 7 and 8? They got the front 7.
And letter B is Brady Stearns.
Oh, Brady. Yeah, well, he can strike. We all know that. He shot 900 a few years ago in league. So Brady is one of the best players in Minnesota for sure.
13 states, and you know, it's interesting. I was thinking about this yesterday, and obviously just the amount of great talent in the state of Iowa, but then the states that do border Iowa, right?
Yeah.
All of those states are filled
with really
with
great bowlers.
Absolutely.
Really great bowlers. Yeah, the Midwest is pretty much a hotbed of bowling because not much else to do in the winter.
Except shovel.
Yeah, shovel the snow. Oh, Brady. Got her too wide. Broke it off. Yeah, Brady's been a big supporter of our major tournaments last, 10 years. Usually he brings Chad Nelson with him, but Chad had a conflict this weekend. He was actually signed up and then decided he couldn't make it. He dropped off Thursday. Actually, that's how Clay Reese got in. He got that spot when Chad dropped out.
Yeah, we were talking about Switolski's wait list.
Yeah, that was amazing.
And, yeah, I was talking to his parents yesterday right before his squad began, and they said that they got the email as they were moving him in.
Yeah. Yeah, they Friday evening at the sweeper, they had contacted Brandon Steen, And I guess Brandon's a good friend with him, and
Yeah,
Brandon's
Rush and Luke bowled together
Okay.
a lot.
Okay, and Brandon has been a longtime sponsor of our tournaments and a really great friend of mine. And Brandon came up and said, hey, if you get somebody cancel for C squad only, because they're moving him in at Mount Mercy, I believe.
Yep.
And he says he really wants to bowl. Boy, I mean, after I sent him the email saying that I had an open spot on C squad, I had 2 other people come in right away and say, hey, we heard you had a spot on C squad, and Luke's been contacting us. He wants that spot. So he really wanted in.
Yeah, he got in, and he did not waste his time.
Bowled great. Bowled great. I've never seen him bowl before, so this is the first.
Well, now you're probably going to see him a lot because he's nearby.
Yep.
And he is one of the, what I would call, our new generation of youth players where they don't waste any time with regard to bowling tournaments.
No.
If they could bowl tournaments every day, they would.
Yep.
With the occasional break for rest. And a rest only.
Very occasional, too.
Yeah, very occasional.
Yeah, it's amazing the number of young players that go to school here in Iowa that are top of the line when it comes to college bowling and tournament bowling. And they can play on the tough stuff. It's amazing to watch them. But there's Mount Mercy, St. Ambrose, William Penn. They all have some really, really great bowlers. And it's crazy to watch these kids. It kind of made me retire, but that's all right.
I hear people say that a lot. Just talking to Jeff yesterday, and how this event has more or less going to become a preseason collegiate event, or it's on a move-in weekend. There's a ton of collegiate players. I mean, I felt like I watched the entire St. Ambrose roster bowl yesterday.
Yeah. Before each tournament, Eric reserves 12 spots on A squad and 12 spots on B squad and gives me the names. So he's
He strikes out. Going into 10. Going into the 10.
wow.
So, real quick, Joe.
Yep.
We got a front 9 on 19, Garrett Meadows.
Okay.
He's about to be up momentarily. And then
Yep. I see him.
David Cole
Oh no.
can strike out for 279.
Oh my goodness. 869 or 866 the first 3. Wow.
That's
They're
incredible.
not that easy, guys. They're so like a 1.66 to 1 ratio here.
And with that said, Andrew Blaney is on his way to 290 after shooting 300. This is great.
Oh, it's crazy. Crazy.
Now, I'm expecting a little bit of, once we get to like game 8.
It'll fall off a little.
Right. Just
But
a touch.
these guys are all going to play them right, too.
And that's where
I mean,
that's the real.
Yeah.
It's not the real answer today, because each squad, and people who've been watching know, and I've talked about this. One thing that's certainly been consistent across each squad, you can get score on the fresh.
Yes.
Without question.
Yep.
As long as you're not using a piece of equipment that is just too shiny or even over-surfaced.
Right.
You can get score.
Yeah.
But what they're doing today, 48 of the best going to be playing them in the same part of the lane majority of the time. Bang it off the gutter. All 10 down for Blaney.
I think right about now he's wishing he'd played brackets today.
Well, he's a young college student.
Yeah, but he maxed the first in his qualifying squad yesterday.
So I'm going to guess that maybe that didn't go as well as he would have liked.
I'm guessing that's probably was the case, but he did make some money.
Well, he's got to eat this week.
That's true.
I remember those days.
Yes.
Any, and now I'm going to say this out loud because it's been 20 plus years since I was at Lindenwood. But any meal money we had, we were saving it. I mean, we would eat.
Yep.
I'm like, let's save that $20
Yep.
for the rest of the week. But go get 15 Tostinos $1 pizzas at Walmart.
There it is. Yep. Yep. Well, I know when I first started bowling.
All right, so Garrett Meadows does have the front 11.
Yeah. Okay. He's up to bowl. Stepping on the approach as we speak. Can't see. Okay. Here we go. Oh, left 10 pin. Ring, a kind of a swishing blower 10 pin.
Yeah, it looked like a 10-pin. Garrett had the pinstripe jersey on.
Yeah.
Good thing I brought this camera out.
Yeah, that's cool.
I brought it as the kind of rover.
Yeah, that worked out nice.
Well, we gonna need it today.
Yeah, it looks like it. Oh, Brady. Oh.
So
I'm not sure. Replay. Can you replay?
yeah.
I might have. I think it went okay, but it was really close.
Let's see.
I think it went. I think it's okay.
Yeah, I think that one.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it went okay.
Yeah, I think that went too.
Yeah.
We had that happen recently, somewhere on tour. It was a similar situation.
Uh-huh.
Every now and then you go to the replay to double check.
Uh-huh. Super slow motion. It fell forward. The pin hit it out of the back. Then right there, the pin hit it.
It's going now. Yeah, it just got there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Blaney shoots 290. He's got 590 for the last two. We don't know if David Cole struck out.
Yeah.
If he did, he'd have 869 for the first three. Okay, Joe, you were talking about something, and now we're all off track.
Oh, we were talking about St. Ambrose bowlers.
Thank you.
He just, it's amazing. Between his college kids now and his alumni, graduates that have gone through his program, he normally has somewhere around 30 bowlers at our major events. And some of them bowl our normal month-to-month stuff too. So it's amazing how these college kids support the Greater Iowa now. And they're so thankful for us to do this for them. And like you say, they live to come out here and play a tournament. That's everything to them.
They are looking, on all the schedules, right? If it's drivable.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if it's definitely drivable, now when they get to school, right, they're going to drive in a couple cars, maybe, a couple groups, follow each other to the tournaments. Now that Airbnbs exist,
yep.
They get an Airbnb.
Yeah, they might
go
have
do the thing.
8 or 10 of them staying in one.
Save as much money as possible.
Exactly.
David Cole did it.
869.
279.
866 the first one. Wow. 866 first three.
I saw him this morning, and he asked me, was I ready to go? And I said, I think so. I should have been asking him, because clearly
No kidding.
he was ready to go. That's so again, 297, 280, 279. No, I'm sorry, 856. 856. 297.
856. Yep, that's right.
280.
280. I was giving him 290.
279, 856. That's okay, because Andrew, we were thinking about Andrew
290
Blaney,
up here, yeah.
who shot 290.
Yep.
And it does look like Stearns is going to be in the 270s. Let's watch his fill shot.
He's going out and back a little more than some of them, too. But that's his game.
Yeah? Okay. My first time seeing him in person.
Yeah. Throws it really, really, really good.
Seen his name a ton just, over the course of years.
Yeah, I know he's a dominant force in the CBAs up in Minnesota.
Let me ask you a question, since you've watched, obviously, this event, especially with the format.
Uh-huh.
And I noticed yesterday, I thought one of the there's a few unique things that stood out to me about this tournament, and it could be across the GIBA. But one was the request to be able to bowl with a friend or someone you like or want to bowl with, which I think is cool and very unique, because you can create a good cross, right? And so if everyone has the opportunity to create a good cross and the energy's good, then, you could have some scores. And I feel like good crosses on a day like today are very important.
Yes.
Very
Absolutely.
important.
There's a little history behind that. That was one of the things that when we took over, I had been kind of trying to bowl with a lot of the guys I like to bowl with in tournaments, and I know the way it works is if you have two guys coming and they can get two of their friends to come along and bowl on the same pair, they'll all enter.
That's true.
So instead of only getting one or two, you end up with four. And then pretty soon those four say, hey, can we bowl next to? So they would talk to two or three or four more of their buddies, and pretty soon you got 8 guys coming. And that was one of the ways we immediately started to see an increase in entries, by letting the guys choose who they bowled with. And it really wasn't so much about creating a shot for them, or it was making them comfortable on the lanes so that they could come and bowl and have fun and yet still be serious about bowling. And that's where that kind of all started. And it's gotten a little bit to the point now where it might be a little bit more of an advantage to some of the guys that, let's say all 4 of them are throwing urethane or whatever to build a shot. But in the long run, for the health of the tournament, we're not going to quit doing that, because they'll call me out. One of the guys will send me a Facebook message, say, these are the 4, put us together if you can. And so we just basically publicize it. If you want to come and you want to request somebody, I'll do my best to match you up.
But yeah, you're right though. It's I won't call it easy, but it is a very good way, a resourceful way, if you look at it in that regard. As you said, most people generally, and I don't bowl a ton of tournaments anymore. In fact, it's been years since I bowled a tournament. But I never bowled a tournament by myself.
Right.
No matter what tournament I bowled, youth or adult.
Yep. Came with somebody.
At least one person.
Yep.
I went to bowl with.
Well, especially if you're getting somebody new coming to the tournament and they're a little bit uncomfortable knowing the size and the number of people and all that, can be a little bit overwhelming. And if they can come and share the experience with somebody else, and now they have a good time together, you're getting them back. I mean, that's just a piece of it. And to combat some of that, we don't let guys say, hey, we want to bowl on this pair, and then we want to have these guys bowl on this pair, so that, if the skip matches up.
Right, then they follow the people they want to follow.
For these events, they draw for the first guy that
Right.
checks in for each pair draws a pair to start on.
Which is the counter. I
yeah,
like it.
It does help alleviate some of the shot building, if that's what you want to call it. But in the long run, I think the positives of us doing that are way outweigh the negatives. I just don't hear anybody complain about, hey, those guys always bowl together, or these guys always. That just doesn't happen anymore. I said, look, you can do the same thing. Bring your buddies. I'll be happy to put you together. And, it's not like we favor play favorites and do it for some and not for others. I tell everybody when they sign up for the first time, hey, if you have somebody you know that's already bowling that you want to bowl with and you check with them and it's okay, let me know. I'll pair you up. Or, hey, if you're coming and this is your first time, bring a buddy and I'll pair you up together. And more often than not, they'll find somebody else come along. It's a real easy way to grow the entries.
In the booth with the Joe Engelkiss out of the Greater Iowa Bowling Association. Brandon Cryer did shoot 269, and I know Theron Mitchell's been watching all weekend. Talented lefty in the Chicagoland area. We're talking about lefties. So Brandon, Trenton Holes is also left-handed. I forgot about him.
Yes, he is.
And of course, Cam Crow, the defending champion in the top 48 here this morning. And that was a big game, obviously, for Cryer. Every big game is a big game, but it's bigger today.
Yes.
With the amount of bonus that you get.
Yeah. Well, you just look at what David Cole did. Now, granted, his numbers are huge. He went from 15th to first in 2 games.
Yeah, he wasn't in first after
in
one.
2 games
right.
He was.
Right.
Yeah. But, he started in 15th today, and it took him 2 whole games to climb to the top.
But the one game did get him, his 297 did get him the third.
Yeah, so he jumped 12 spots in 1 game. And that's the benefit of that Flanagan format is it allows some huge swings in the standings. It makes it really interesting as we go through the day.
Coach Eric called it, which was the best word I thought to describe it, volatile.
Yes, very much. That's a very good definition.
Because I'm sitting back and I'm not wishing for it, but I know at some point later in this block, it could go the opposite way for some other players, right? Where you feel like you've done all of this work early,
yes,
only to give a little bit of it back later.
Yeah, you shoot a 160 game, it can really hurt, especially if the majority of the field still got a look. It's you can drop out in a hurry too, so it's important to be consistent, but it's important to be consistently really good if you want to stay at top.
Appreciate everybody joining us this morning. As you continue your morning, hit the thumbs up and share across your social media networks. Let everybody know what you're watching today. We've got 12 games. As we move into game 4 now, 8 more, at this point 9 more to go. Of course, before we get to the Stepladder finals. And but what a nice day of bowling. It's a great Sunday for bowling really across the country.
Yep.
There's some stuff going around everywhere.
Yeah, you got the New Mexico Open playing for big money. Decent prize fund here.
A couple of regionals in the PBA perspective. Coldwater, I think, in Ohio.
PBA 50 in Wisconsin this weekend. That cost us a couple bowlers. Tom Hess was signed up, and he decided to go bowl the PBA 50, and he needs to. That's a big deal to support your. And that's the other thing that has helped us with the Greater Iowa is I'm not against promoting anybody's scratch tournament. That's the only tournaments I promote is scratch, but I'm happy to put flyers out on our website, announce it through my emails. I've got about 1,100 email contacts now, all bowlers across the Midwest, and if somebody's got a good event that they're running, I'm more than happy to share it. And because of that, and a little bit because of our reputation, the guys work with me really well to not schedule against our tournaments, and then I do what I can to not jump on anybody else's toes too. You know, it's a scratch my back and I'll scratch yours kind of situation. And if you want to be successful, you have to have those relationships built.
Very important. So I got two things for you. When we're talking about bringing in, players and to bowl, right? No one generally comes to bowl a tournament alone, generally speaking.
Right.
And I was talking to Coach Liddick about this yesterday because I have bowled several Greater Iowa youth tournaments.
Sure.
Back in the day.
Yep.
And our in. There was my friend to this day from school, Ashley Gordon, who lived in East Moline, Illinois.
Okay.
And so she was bowling, of course, the youth events at the time.
Okay.
And obviously she offered, hey, anybody want to bowl Great Iowa youth event? Obviously we didn't know what it was, but same thing. Sure.
Yeah.
And then
Yep.
we packed in the car and drove. And then that became a monthly thing.
Yeah.
If we weren't bowling a college tournament, we went to Iowa to bowl.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Eric started running those the same time that our family took over the Greater Iowa fully as the administrator. And yeah, his GISBT has been a really good feeder for our events down the road. You know, the guys, they use a similar format for his tournaments, although they do still the round robin finals, which we used to do that years ago, but just made for too long a day, and most of the centers didn't want to. You know, if you had 2 qualifying squads and then an 8-man round robin, you weren't done till 7 or 8 at night. And that Sunday they couldn't have their mixed league or whatever they had going on, so that kind of fell by the wayside. But he still uses that. I think I don't know if their boys still take 10 or whether they dropped it to 8, but yeah, they have a very strong junior bowling program with the GISBT, and it's a great, and he started using patterns last year or maybe the year before, at least a year ago, but you know, so the kids are getting ready for college now bowling those events.
Yeah, but I tell you, that's when I learned a lot about I first met Matt McNeil.
Yep.
Because all I heard was Matt McNeil. McNeil every month from Chanhassen, Minnesota, and be Eric doing the announcements.
Mm-hmm.
Matt McNeil. Man, this Matt McNeil guy. Goodness gracious. Then, fast forward a few years.
Yeah.
I'm working the Open Championships, and I physically watch him set records.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Yep.
8 boys, 6 girls to match play, Matthew
Okay.
McConaughey says.
Yep. Okay.
Quick shout out to Carmen and Bill Thompson. Watching, I assume, watching young Brian here. Brian Thompson from the Chicagoland area.
Yep.
I talked to him briefly yesterday, and he said, yeah, we met back in the day. And I was like, man, I was looking at you. But I was like, man, is that Brian Thompson? And I was like, but you got a whole grown man beard now.
Oh,
so it
yeah.
just threw me off. Been a few years since I've seen him.
Yeah.
All right, we got our scores after 3 games this morning, and again, highlighted by David Cole. His bonus structure, as you would imagine, with 297, 280, 279, he's got 48, 46, 46. Now, obviously, you don't anticipate that pace staying the entire time. I mean,
Yeah.
that would be that would be serious record-like material
Yes.
if that's the case. But how about Andrew Blaney? Moving into second after the 300-290 game. And his 233 wasn't shabby in game 1 by any stretch, and that got him 33 bonus pins.
Right.
So now he's second. He is actually 103 behind David Cole, but he's second. This is incredible. This format, I mean, I couldn't wait to watch it happen in person. Especially after understanding the author of it and how his brain works. Bobby Bettler has moved into third.
Oh my, he's had a good day then.
Yeah, and very consistent. 278, 234, 234.
Yep.
And I said this earlier, if you shoot 230 every game, you're going to get your fair share of bonus points.
Yep.
No matter what. There's going to be some 260s around you. There's going to be some 250s. But if you can manage 230 a game, you're going to be in the mix for the show.
Right.
How about Luke Switalski, Joe? Your first introduction to him, and I told you it won't be your last.
Oh my, fourth.
He's now fourth.
He's had a good day already. He didn't start down there a long ways. He was like 10th or thereabout, 9th or 10th, I think. Start the day.
248, 257, 232.
Yeah, that'll make you.
Man,
Yeah.
Book Kroll, 238, 269, 207. Now our leader coming into today was Josh Kennedy. He's now moved to 7th, 246, 222. And here's a good example of what 2-0 can do for you.
Yeah.
He got 9 bonus pins that game.
Yeah, 2-0 game.
And he shot 202.
Ooh. Yeah.
Wow, this is fun. This is indeed fun.
So I got a question for you. Emil.
Yes, sir.
Did I overstate what my daughter does for this event?
Absolutely not. She's been fantastic. No, I would say, right, it's sometimes it's rare to live up to the hype.
Yeah.
Right? No, she's surpassed the hype that she got. She has been excellent with the standings. I've seen her obviously out here with the clipboard, grabbing the scores, going back in, punching the numbers, and then having them out quickly. Pretty incredible. Especially, obviously, with all of this math that you have to do today.
Right.
Every game.
Right. Yep. Yeah, like I say, without the family, this never would have come off. I can run small tournaments by myself, and I have to do that during the year, so because my family members are busy, and there's a couple of them that they just don't want to make the trip, so I go to Des Moines by myself or Clinton by myself and run the tournament. And, without them, these major events, just no way they'd come off. So, very appreciative of them. My wife's in there filling envelopes with all the cash. And we'll be paying out cash to everybody today, I believe. So,
True family affair here.
yes,
True.
yes, it is.
Have you had any other volunteers or folks that ask to help, or if they can help?
Yeah, Eric always asks. Sure. And I know yesterday after Hookie got done bowling first squad, he was asking if there's anything we needed. But basically, we kind of have a system in place.
Makes sense.
And we just do it, and it just happens. And, but yeah, like when I go by myself to, say, Bowl-O-Rama in Des Moines for the tournament, a couple of times I've had Sue Hess, Tom's wife, has collected scores for me while I balance the cash. Sure. and figure out the prize fund and do that kind of stuff. And, I always appreciate that kind of help when I'm by myself. And I had a couple of people help a little bit last year down at Clinton because when you have a 2-squad tournament like we have in Clinton, that between squad 1 and squad 2, when I'm paying out brackets over here and checking in people to bowl on the next squad over here, and it gets kind of hectic. So yeah, Eric helped me with that last year, and he ended up paying out the bracket stuff for me while I checked people in. But that can be a challenge by yourself. But it gets done. But you don't try to bring somebody in to do things they're not used to doing and then have to explain to them this was happening while you're trying to do something else. It takes longer, exactly. Yeah. And it's not that I don't trust people to do it right, but, Well,
you want to do it efficiently as well.
Yes, you do. And that's something that the bowlers appreciate. I think, as soon as we get done today and double check the scores, we'll be paying out the prize fund within 15 minutes after that's done. And they can hit the road and head for home. So, there's no, I'll send you a check in 30 days or, that just, as a bowler, that always was something I hated. I didn't like that myself. So if I can take care of them today and pay everything. The other thing is the program we use will actually, other than the bet you win, which because it's it's 3 squads, everything else for each squad prints out on the payout sheet, and it's paid out at one time. I don't have a separate payout sheet for brackets, high game pots. It's all on one sheet. They can look on there, okay, I got second in this bracket, I got first in 6 more, and then I got second in a high game pot. It's all on that one recap. And once the guys get used to that, they don't have to wait around. They just come get their money. And over the years, we've built trust. The people know that we're doing things the right way, and it just makes things run smoother and faster. So that's another key to building the tournament. And, you got to build that trust with your bowlers and make sure they know, you're gonna. We throw money in out of the brackets every tournament. Every tournament gets usually up to half the proceeds from the brackets. And then at the end of the season, we have what we call our bonus prize fund for the guys that bowl at least 3 or 4 tournaments. And usually there's $1,500 to $2,000 from membership fees and bracket proceeds that goes into that as just an added bonus for the guys in the last tournament that have bowled at least that many events. And, we charge them $25 to enter that, or $20. I don't remember exactly what it is. And, like the first prize will be $400 or $500, and just for bowling some of our events.
Nice.
And we pay 1 out of 2 entries for that. It's the more you can do for the bowlers, they're going to keep coming back. If they know you're not lining your pockets, that's what it's all about.
Well, Joe, Andrew Blaney hasn't stopped striking.
Oh, still?
He can go out for 279. He's got the 9th and 10th coming up on 9 and 10.
Oh, my goodness.
And then we've got a front 7 now on 13 and 14. And that is 13A. See Zach Andreessen over there and Brittany Smith. Let me get to my trusty sheet. Looks like Brett Lloyd with the front 7 over on 13. So we'll check that out in a moment. But first, Mike Kickmall.
Strike.
Mike's had some chances today so far, too, of some bigger games. He had 290 possibility once. He had 280 possibility. And he left 10 pins both times in the first shot in the 10th frame.
Okay.
Zach Rhodes, past Eagle winner, regular team in 2016. Rolling with the Brett Bowers crew. Looking good early here.
Yeah, he came up from, I think he's living in Kansas City maybe now. Down that way somewhere. Bowls a lot of tournaments down in that area, I know. So. Yeah, he's been bowling our major events for, at least the last 7-8 years.
Wow, Blaney again.
Strike, strike.
His last 2, folks, 300, 290, and now he's got an opportunity at 279. He did shoot 823 though for his first 3 games. Normally that would be high in the building at a tournament, but not this morning. Because that honor belongs to David Cole with 856 for his first 3 games. Wow.
Oh. Dang. I thought he might have missed that one. It just comes roaring back.
Yeah, he shot 200, 268, 227. He is in 28th. He's just got to figure out a way to finish one of these games. If he can get to 260 here, he's working.
Yeah, he's definitely got a shot at a big one here. Well, Brady had 1 open, but still got 250 on the board there.
Yeah, that was a tough one, too. He left a 5-10.
I saw that. It was a strange
hit. 5-7, excuse me.
Yeah, the 5 pin slid over a little bit, but it didn't fall. That was a strange hit. Oh, Andrew. Did not get to 270. 250 if he spares.
That could take him out of
Front nine.
on the same pair.
2 of them.
Garrett Meadows and Luke
Again?
Switalski.
Garrett.
That's
Just
yeah.
299. Now we got the front 9.
Wow, and yeah, we got to keep track of Garrett Meadows. He got off at the gates very slow in game 1, 177. He got 1 bonus pin, and he went 244, 299. Now he's got the front 9 again on 21 and 22.
Wow. And that's the thing with these young guys too. They start striking, they're not afraid to keep it. They just keep going. Keep striking. Yeah, you didn't strike, Andrew, I know. That's okay. Every once in a while, you're going to not strike. Pretty bad to be upset about shooting 257.
Yeah, he's not going to get 48 bonus pin.
No, he's not. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he tried a different ball. Oh, he trips a 2. Roll the 2 pin.
He's got 1080 for 4. That's an average of 270 for Andrew Blaney. 1080 for his first 4 games.
I'm going to have to go ask Bob if he pushed the wrong button today.
It's this is incredible.
You know, I say that jokingly, but that happened to us.
Did it really?
Yeah, I'm going to say 3 years ago. Ebonite, I think it was at the Ebonite Winter Classic.
Missed one.
So Luke missed.
Oh, my.
Garrett Meadows is still in play for 300.
Okay. Yeah, 3 years ago, Ebonite Winter Classic. And I actually made the cut. And I was actually pulling really well. I was on a shorter pattern similar to this, and that's kind of, at my age, that's about the only thing I could probably be competitive on. And I was throwing an old Ultimate Inferno. That's,
Ooh.
I mean, it's an
What,
old
the
ball.
original?
Yeah, the original.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and
I knew
playing
I liked
right
you.
off the corner.
I liked you, Joe.
Playing right off the corner, and we get there Sunday morning for the second round, for the cashier's round, and I'm bowling next to Tom Hess. He's on the pair to my left, and we're shadow balling. Now, I'm same ball, playing a similar area, and I'm going, I got a little more room today. What's going on here? And the other guys around me I'm looking around, and everybody's hitting the pocket pretty good. So I said, geez, I don't think the pattern's right, guys. And Tom looked at me and says, well, I'm playing the same area. I think it's okay. So we go, all right. Start out first game, I look down to my left, there's 2 guys with the front 7. Hey, buddy. And another guy's got the front 8. I got spare 7-bagger. I'm going, this is not right. It's not that easy. So I went up to the desk and I said something to the manager, and I said, something happened. We're bowling on a house pattern. No. I said, yeah, we're bowling on a house pattern. So after that first game, I told them all to stop. I went to each pair, apologized to every bowler. I said, I don't know what you guys want to do, but I'll guarantee you we're bowling on the house pattern, not on what we bowled on yesterday. I said, if we stop now, start over, and they have to redress all 36 lanes, we're going to be an hour and a half from now before we get started again. And to a man, they all said, nothing you can do about it. I felt terrible. And they said, let's just bowl. So we went ahead and finished the day on. Now, before the modified 10-bowler stepladder that we use in elimination matches, they redressed with the real pattern.
Okay.
So at least the finals was held on the pattern, and the young guy that was their lane man at the time, he was fit to be tied. What happened is the battery ran out on because it was a battery operated kegel machine that went lane walker. The battery ran out, so he had to recharge it, put it back in the machine. When you do that, it resets to the default. Well, the default's the house shot. He didn't even think about it, just ran the lanes. And, he was just beside himself. He felt so bad. And I said, well, you learned a lesson here today. The other lesson that hopefully they learned is when you're done dressing the lanes, you walk down there to the end and see what you got.
Absolutely.
Walk the lanes, see what you got.
You got to walk the lanes.
So from now on, when we have a tournament, one of these major ones in Waterloo, I go check. I go walk down about 15, 20 feet down the lane just to look to make sure the outside's shiny. You can tell real quick whether you got a house shot or not.
Well, that's a good story. And the accountability aspect, really. And you went down to every pair to, apologize.
Yeah.
That's accountability as a tournament director.
Yeah. The worst thing is, if I ever had a chance to make that top 10, it would have been on that weekend. As it turned out, Tom Hess and I tied for 11.
They might have set a national scoring record down there.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, 21 and 22, right?
Yeah, they've got 1177 if they punch.
It's unbelievable. On 21 and 22.
Garrett shot 300. Someone else from
Garrett.
9, and the other guy was 277.
Wow.
That's incredible.
On a 1.66 to 1. Well, it's crazy.
21 and 22. Maybe that's the pair of the day.
Yeah. We don't want to have the finals on that pair, though. They might still be striking at 8:30 tonight.
Meanwhile, Jacob Miner can shoot 290 in front of us.
Yes, he can.
And Ryan Thompson can still shoot 239. I mean, 290 doesn't even sound good right now. This game.
Might not cash in a high game pot.
So we did two 300s, a 277,
300 potential.
and a 300 potential still. So Luke and Garrett shot 300. And then Cam can shoot 300, and Dave, wow.
I'm going to have to ask Hookie if he pushed the wrong button. There's something wrong. Oh, 289. Nope, 279. I thought that was his count ball, but holy cow. Shoot 279, you're not cashing the high game pot.
Cam might enter our rover camera here. Let me see if he can if he'll enter. He'll be in the far right corner if he does. Cam Foster, I'll tell you who he is. Yep, that's him. Looks like 10.
Yeah, with a roto shirt on. Oh, he left 10 pin, did he?
Hard to tell from this angle.
No, I don't. I think he struck.
No, that's full rack being laid down.
It is. The way he turned around and walked back, I didn't think he struck.
He clearly didn't like the shot, right? He
didn't love it. He didn't love it. Yeah, he posted something on Facebook last night that he was thankful for finally bowling good in the tournament. He'd been struggling pretty bad, and he's such a nice guy. Just they moved. Him and his wife moved back here from Utah to coach William Penn.
Yep.
And now Cam gave up the coaching. His wife still coaches him. Well, looks good. There it is.
So he's in the 290s. Yep, he's got one more to go.
If you want a piece of that high game pot, Cam, got to strike.
So they're going to be There could be 3 300 games.
On one pair.
On one pair.
877 if he strikes on that pair.
And Dave
no,
Dentlinger
1177.
shot 277. He's the odd man out.
Dave's a really good friend of mine. I'm gonna have to go tell him to pick up the pace.
Well, he bowled really well. Especially
his
the
last three.
815 for his last 3 in his squad.
Yeah, I looked at the standings after 2 games yesterday afternoon. I go, what in the world's going on with Dave? Next thing I look, he's like in 3rd high on the squad. Yep, set 300.
That's incredible.
3 300s on one pair.
That is incredible.
Can't believe it. You couldn't do that on a house shot.
Wow. That's I mean, and to be honest, that's a really fair point. So what happens when you have, now there's 3 300s.
They all get 48.
They all get 48.
Yep.
Okay.
And then the next bowler down the list would get 40.
Oh, okay.
45.
Gotcha. So this is the tie.
Yep.
Theoretically.
Yep.
Got it. So Jen's got to do more math. She's got more math.
No,
to
it'll
do.
automatically do that right.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, she plugs in the number.
formula, that's right.
Yeah, the formula takes that into consideration and gives them all the same number.
1177 bowled
Man.
on 21 and 22 for 4 people. That is incredible.
Oh, Brian, what the? I think he tried a different ball.
At least he could laugh about it. That's the only saving grace that he has.
Well, there isn't too much that bothers Brian. He's a great guy. That's funny. Oh, okay. I guess that's the spot to leave it.
Well, we've had some scores, ladies and gentlemen, today.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, there's Jeff. I bet he wants in here. I'll let him come in. I'll leave you.
Okay. Hey, big thanks to Joe. Well, they have Jeff Riggles in a moment here, but whew, wow. Those leaders, we'll see them in a little bit. That is, I don't even know what you say. And then down here on 3 and 4, Dan Gifford, casually shooting 260 plus, and it seems 260 seems so casual after what just happened on 21 and 22.
I saw the end of it down there. I'm kind of speechless watching. I watched like the last couple of frames as I was walking down. The only miss on that pair, Dave Dentlinger, a 3-6-10 in the 3rd frame. Otherwise, 47 strikes and 48 shots. And Cameron Foster was throwing urethane straight up the out. The other 2 300s, Luke Swatowski, and why is my mind blanking now?
It was Garrett Meadows.
Yeah, and Garrett Meadows were both throwing, I believe, reactive resin and hooking it. And if Luke was hooking urethane that far, I don't think it was urethane. Just extraordinary. And this is a 1.66 to 1 pattern. Many of the factors I've discussed in my stories. The biggest key, I think, on Sunday, we've all seen it every year here. You have the 48 guys that made the cut. They play the lanes pretty much together, break them down a lot better than what you see on Saturday where you have more people playing all over One thing to watch for, it has happened in past years. We have 12 games. The right side will definitely get cliffy as we go along. Last year there were a lot of lower games, under 200 the last few games. And for those who wonder about this pattern, again, we bowl 12 games. We had a gutter loft fest in 2014 when Matt Gazin won. And the vow was we weren't going to let that happen again. It did some panel damage here, I believe. And so that, when you have 12 games, it almost mandates that you start to the right. There is no other way to preserve the pattern, and Nick Hoagland designed this one. It's 1.11 to 1 on the left, 1.66 to 1 on the right. It's basically the same kind of thing you see with Cheetah or some of those, and sometimes they play real hard, but this is a great lane surface and a great facility, and you get some strikes. And for some news, Bob and I talked yesterday, and he has some ideas we bowled on this for 4 straight years, so people have figured it out too. So he has some ideas on changing a little bit next year. He's talking about going a couple of feet farther and using a little more volume up front, and hopefully that will bring the 2-8-10 type reaction a little more into play, which would hopefully discipline people a little more. No, I don't mind this at all. These are good players and shooting numbers in a great facility with if you don't know what you're doing, I've seen some 150s and 40s today too. So, but the carry here is, I've bowled in this place since it opened in 08 or 09. I think it was like December of 08. I've bowled here many times since then, and I was still halfway decent back then. And I shot some huge numbers here too. This place has always carried tremendously well. I was back writing at the hotel and was watching, so I saw some of, he tried to catch the camera from the distance. It was like he needed about 5 cameras the way it was going. Dave Cole, what a start.
Yeah, I mean, that set the tone. I mean, he set the tone today. Truly, 297 out the gates. That set the tone, and again, it was similar because we've seen numbers on the fresh.
Yep.
That's been very consistent across all 3 squads yesterday. 260s, 250s across all 3 squads. Well, we didn't see 290, 300 out the gates, and that's what we got today in the first 4 games. There was one 300 game yesterday and 18 games on 3 squads, and we've had 4 and 4 and 1 297 through the first 4 games this morning. That's impressive.
We'll definitely look for the scoring pace to go down in the second 6 games. That just always happens. And if they're not too far buried, that's when you might see, Jonathan Cryer, Cam Crow, Trenton Holst, the 3 lefties. I think those are the only 3.
Yeah.
Maybe make a run. I was talking with Cam a little and giving him some crap here when he told him, those darn righties, And he said, that's okay. We don't have anything. Then next year you give us a little more and I'll win again. He's always a character. So who will it be this game? Man alive. The funny part there was, so the 300s, they'll all get 47 bonus pins.
Sure.
So it'll be splitting 48, 47, 46. And I don't even know if Dentlinger will get, he might not even get the 45. 4th on the pair, he might be about 10th on the game.
Yeah, that's this upcoming stat sheet will be very intriguing. What a start. Heck of a start.
I enjoyed listening to you chatting with Joe. There was actually some things in there that I don't even know.
Interesting.
He told a lot of it, but I've known Joe. Boy, I can't. I was trying to think of when the first tournament that he ran that I bowled in, and I honestly couldn't remember. It was somewhere in the after 2000, I believe, because I bowled so many PBA regionals for so long, I really didn't have time to come to tournaments. But It was after he talked about we had the regional in Waterloo, and then the Convention and Visitors Bureau transferred their money over to him. And I think it was one of those first years in there, but it was before that I had bowled. I won the Iowa Open in 2008, I want to say. And that was fun on a flat pattern. I also first started bowling the 50-50 doubles and 4-man. Now here's a fun weekend for you. You bowl at Cadillac, and that was when they had 50 lanes. Now they have 36. We bowl a 50-50 over under 50 years old, 4-man on Saturday and a doubles on Sunday on the house shot.
Wow.
Oh man. And they have the bracket action is insane, and it's just a fun weekend. And originally I was the under 50 guy, and I won the doubles one year with Dale Traber. I won it another year with Jace Peterson, and then I flipped around to the other side, and I was the old guy, and I won it with Tom Hess. In recent years, I'm one of the donator guys, though, because if you can't strike a ton, boy, did make the Stepladder with Nick DiCesaro a couple years ago there, but that is a fun. It's almost like there's a lot of money involved, but that's like a social weekend. And Joe runs that with the Senior Scratch Bowlers Association, the Iowa Senior Tour. And it's a fun weekend at Cadillac and Waterloo. And that might have been the first time I bowled in a tournament he was running, and that would have been 05 or 06. His family, I'm super protective of my brand. I have built it to what it is, and I try to not do anything that would take any chance of tarnishing it.
Sure.
Some people don't like the brand, perhaps, and don't want to be associated with it. But it is what it is, and I want it to always be known for what it is. And Joe is one of the few where I would say he's good enough that I trust him, and that nothing he would do. And Bob Hockreen here, Cherry Lanes and the Diamond Joe, I know nothing's going to go wrong here with those guys taking care of it. I get way too much credit for this tournament. I don't do anything in this tournament but schmooze and chat and write. They do everything running it.
They give some slot play away.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I took care of the sponsor fees downstairs at the craps table this weekend. But they just, I've known those guys running tournaments now for 20-some, and their family, those guys, I don't know what, honestly, it doesn't matter to me anymore because I don't bowl, but I hate thinking of the time when he's not doing it anymore, and Rosie's not doing it anymore, and Jennifer's not doing it. It's going to be such a hole in Iowa bowling unless he can find somebody that can continue his legacy, and maybe he will. Maybe he has a plan. I have never asked him that because he just every year he says, "Yep, I'm going on." So I had a couple people ask me yesterday, people who know that my stated intention for Susie and I is to retire to Vegas, hopefully, and that could happen as soon as in a couple of years when I retire from my newspaper job. But they asked, well, is this going to be the end of the tournament? And I said, our intention is to come back to Wisconsin Memorial Day to Labor Day, roughly. And I'm not sure exactly where it will be, maybe at her family cabin up north or maybe a little condo in Madison or something. But as long as Joe's running this, I'm going to find a way to be back here and put my name on it. And my intention, if my health holds, is to continue with 11thframe.com until I'm 70, which would be 2032. So I hope I get to do that. At our age, you can't take anything for granted. At any age, you can't take anything for granted. But that's my intention. And Vegas is just a place where all the bowling's out there. I want to cover more of it once I retire from the newspaper, and that's a place to do it without traveling as much. And, and it's the weather. I'm tired of shoveling snow. And I'm just too old for that. I'm tired of cutting grass and all that kind of stuff. So that's a little easier life, and we like to gamble and bet sports. And another thing that's underrated about Vegas is all your friends come to visit you.
That's a great point.
It's a great place to be.
Great point.
to stay in touch with people. Just think, once every 3 years, the Open Championships comes through there. And basically, that's every person, you know, every great friend I have is through bowling pretty much. And they all will come to Vegas once every, so I know I get to see them. So that's, you know, and then I can cover that. Reno's only a 7-hour drive when the big things are up there. I haven't got out as much to cover stuff in the last few years because of family and personal things that have happened with us. So that's the plan. But I got asked a couple times this weekend, and this tournament's going to go on for me and my name and my money on it as long as Joe is running it or somebody he has as a successor that is doing the same good job. And we got standings.
We do. David Cole still leading.
2:15.
Yeah. I mean,
Hack.
Hey, way off the pace, right? But how about Luke Switalski zooming on up the leaderboard this morning?
Yeah, I had never seen him bowl, but a couple people had mentioned his name to me to watch out for.
The real deal.
Freshman to be at Mount Mercy.
Yep. He's the real deal.
And he is, I watched him some yesterday and a little bit today, obviously, with that 300 there. Wow.
Yeah, I've been blessed to watch him for about 4 years now because he bowls a lot on the Elite Youth Tour, which is a youth tour that Bowlstream TV streams, and I'm there almost every month.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's nice, actually. That's pretty dope. Mr. Riggles just got handed a 1969 ABC tournament program.
And you know why that's important for me. Madison, Wisconsin.
That was just going to say, right, I see the city.
That was
Did
in
you
my
bowl?
hometown. I was only
I know.
I was 6 years old. Oh, thank you. Oh, man.
Did any family members bowl that?
No.
Okay.
My dad was more of a league bowler. My parents were just league bowlers, so they were not serious bowlers at all. So Luke bowls Deandra's tour then?
Yes.
Elite Youth Tour?
Yeah, he's got about, that was his July. He bowled July. He won the U18 division, and that was his last EYT for at least for the foreseeable future. They do have a U23 division, but yeah, Luke, you could tell Luke, and I talked about this yesterday, like much like Landon and Griffin, you could tell, like, all right, they had probably gotten all they could get out of.
It's time for
bowl.
stuff like this.
And he was already bowling a lot of PBA regionals.
Yep.
And bowling very well. So this is not shocking to me, but I'm right because I'm maybe one of the only people who have seen him on a regular basis. But Mount Mercy's got a good one.
Yeah, Andy Dirks.
But he knows that too.
Andy Dirks, he usually is up here for this, but of course he was down assistant coach for Junior Team USA. So he was down in Guatemala, where the Pan Am Youth Bowling Championships were just held. Ending Friday was the last day, and I think Andy might have been able to get up here today, but I saw a Facebook post where it was kind of cryptic, but travel struggles getting home. So I don't think we're going to see him today.
Yeah, he did look like
he didn't look like he was happy.
Yeah, with some travel issues.
So we won't see him. But, man, he's built a heck of a powerhouse program there in Cedar Rapids.
Andrew Blaney, speaking of Mount Mercy, he's now third. He was second. Garrett Meadows, a former Wisconsin Whitewater star, is in the mix now. Not only in the mix, but, man, he shot 177 game one. 177. And here he is. 244, 299, 300 the last 3.
Yeah, and Cameron Foster on the same pair, basically the same thing there. 180, 278, 247, 300.
Yeah, you got 3 guys in the same group.
I wonder if what pair did they start on? I wonder if that pair was a little tricky.
They started on, it was either 13 or 14 or 15 and 16.
Okay.
It was one of those two. Book Kroll now down to 6th. Robbie Hebetler 7th. Dawson Peterson 8th. Darren Bloomquist is 9th. And that's Darren Bloomquist starting to do what he did last year.
Yep. So
last year he was 48th and made the show. This year he was 46th.
he is bananas. Did you know what he did last night?
No.
He got done bowling yesterday. He's a race car driver.
Wow. Okay.
And
This is already intriguing.
Full disclosure, I am not a racing guy. I know basically nothing about racing. So when he's talking to me, it's almost like a foreign language. I
Sure.
know the basics. But sprint car. So he went yesterday and drove in Independence, Iowa, which is, I think, Iowa City area,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken. And he raced last night. He told me, so yeah, I got back about 1:30. And I'm like, well, yeah, I got back about 1:30 also, but it was from the craps table and about 50 beers. But he was racing, and he was telling me how he did and all that. And you can just see the gleam in his eye. It's the same as you get for bowling.
Sure.
And the crazy thing is, he says, yeah, there's racing tonight 20 minutes from here, and he's going to go race again tonight. But it starts at 5:30. I said, well, the way you're bowling, you're going to be late. He goes, well, I'll just be there for the feature, then I'll miss the heats. So it's just crazy to think that you basically spent the rest of your day yesterday doing something that's a little bit dangerous, obviously, and also taxing. And yet here he's back to be young again. And he's a cheesehead. He's originally from Rhinelander, way up north in Wisconsin. He, fun fact that no one else will care about, but when I first got to chat with him, he used to work at Pinewood Country Club in, it's a public country club outside Rhinelander. And I'm telling you, if you're ever in northern Wisconsin and you want to play a fun golf course, not the hardest course in the world, but fun, search out Pinewood by Rhinelander and go. So he was telling me that he worked there. I said, yep, when I was a kid, my parents used to take us to Fee's Shady Rest Lodge in Rhinelander for 1 week. Did it about 5 or 6 summers in a row when I was a kid, and I golfed a lot when I was younger. And we used to go play Pinewood a couple times that week. And you got to be a billy goat for the front nine. It's all in an open area with a couple cricks and stuff like that, and hilly as you can believe. The putting on the greens there is just insane. And then the back nine goes back through the woods, meanders through the woods like every hole's a tunnel, and it's the coolest little fun course. So if you're ever vacationing in northern Wisconsin and you're a golfer, hunt that course down. So we had a lot to talk about there, and now I find out all this racing stuff. And he doesn't live in Rhinelander; he lives in Cedar Rapids. So this is his whole area to race. But wow. So I know a lot of bowlers are big into racing.
That's incredible. I see Tom Hess post a lot.
Yep. And my good buddy Doug Buer, who he won 3 PBA regional titles back in the 90s and 2000s. His son is, I think, 13 now. He's autistic, mildly, but it's a long story that we don't have time to go into here, but he is like a championship little racer. And, you know, if you know anything about autism, autistic people generally, they all have some special gift, I guess is the right word. His is, and they took him, like, he said for his birthday one year, what do you want to do? And he said, I want to go drive a go-kart. So they took him to this go-kart thing. He drives around the track, and the guy that's running it said, how many times has he done this before? He said, this is the first time. And the guy looked at Doug and said, he has talent. Doug's like, really? And his son, Bryce, was just bananas after doing it. I loved it. And it turns out that basically when he's driving, he can hear so well what's around him. He can tell where the other cars are by his hearing, so he never even has to look.
Oh, wow.
Think about that.
That's a true gift.
That's an advantage. And he has gone up in class every year. He's been racing at 3 or 4 years now. And I'm telling you, Bryce Buer, remember this name if you're a racing fan, thinking going into the future, because I could see this with the talent he has. If you're like the National Autism Society or whatever it is, sponsorship opportunities, and as a spokesperson, a role model, to show, this is what you can do. And the potential there is really cool, and it's fun to follow him. I've got one of his racing shirts, and I follow him on social media. And I know nothing about racing. My life was golf and bowling. growing up, so that's what took all my time. But he's just a riot to follow, and he's so intense about it, and it's really cool. And then his fraternal twin sister, Lily, who's also mildly autistic, and she does all the social media. And you want to talk about a sharp cookie for, 13 going on 30 type of person? She is good with that social media and smart.
I was just about to ask, how old was Bryce?
Yeah, he's 13, I believe.
13, okay.
He actually this weekend every summer at his house he hosts we call it the Midwest PBA reunion party, and he'll get anywhere from 25 to 50 people come through during the day, and we go to it every year, and we get to see all the guys because we don't bowl anymore that we used to spend 25 weekends a year with. And Doug has always been one of my closest friends, so he couldn't make it this year because he scheduled it. His weekends are really difficult because Bryce races almost every weekend. So he had it this weekend. Bobby Jekyll, who runs the central region of the PBA, is one guy that goes all the time. He couldn't make it this weekend because he's running tournaments there. But we went down last weekend, Susie and I, and stayed at on a comp for her slot play at the Four Seasons at the Horseshoe in downtown St. Louis. That was a fun weekend there. The Cubs were in town to play the Cardinals, and Doug and his girlfriend came out, and we went to dinners Friday night and spent Friday night with them, and did some gambling, had some fun. Missed the party, but at least got to see some of the people.
Matt Gaston had a chance to get into the 260s, but he needed 2 more in the 10th there, so he was going to have to settle at the 240s. There is a 280 possibility still hanging in the balance here. 279 on 15 as well.
No 300s?
Yeah, I know, right? And there lies Zach Andreessen, who'd like to shoot 270, but the 8-pin had other plans. That's been an intriguing pair to watch because it feels like every other game that group, someone in the group does put up a number. And that time it was Brett Lloyd. In fact, Brett, I think he shot big game in the previous, 265. So Brett Lloyd, the last two's on 265, 279. And he might be on the charge. He's currently in 35th.
Good player.
Yeah, headed back to where he started, Mount Mercy. Then before transferring to Weber, he's going to be a grad assistant.
At Mount Mercy,
at
he is?
Mount Mercy,
okay, good. Fun fact here, if this hasn't changed, and I'll apologize if it has changed, but his girlfriend is Jenna Williams. Who,
I believe that hasn't changed.
Okay. I don't want to speak out of turn, but I get that from, you obviously see posts on social media. And she made the cut, was the high female qualifier, heck of a bowler. She was cool to see her up here. Now I understand she must be back up here too then, if he is perhaps.
Possibly.
Good player.
She bowled on tour, not quite full time, but I feel like more of a full time basis. And she's always had the talent, and that has not been in question. But you can see her start to put some things together. And I still think she wins a couple times in her career. Whenever it happens, I think it's just going to happen. She's too good.
Yeah, the tour is about talent, but it's also about living that life, and it's not for everybody. And once you acclimate to what that is like and find your routine and your people that you're with and become comfortable, then that's when it happens. There are very few overnight successes on the PBA or PWBA tour, and the ones that are generally have such overwhelming talent that if you're someone that succeeds right away out there, then an Ethan Fiore or something like that, then you can see that that's a kid that could be a multi-time player of the year in the future. I don't think there's anybody that doubts that. That's the kind of thing. But even you go back in history, even some of the greats like Pete Weber it took him 2 or 3 years to win a title. It's a whole. I did it for 2 years, and it's a lot more than just the bowling, and it's a whole different way of when you're bowling to pay your bills,
living in life.
Yeah, it's the pressure of doing that. Professional athletes who have big salaries and get paid no matter how they do, it's very different than you got to strike to get paid this week. If they had to make their tackle and complete the pass to get their check, you might see a few of them fail that succeed.
Heard the voice of Trent Mitchell.
Yeah, he's an intense player.
He's getting going. He's got 260 now on 3 and 4. And Trent bowled really well yesterday. He was on C squad. Trent currently is 27th. Well, he shot 159 in game 4. So after a pretty good start, 237, 278, 207, 159, back in the 260s here.
See that? If he's on 3 and 4, then that was on 25 and 6, and that pair traditionally hooks a mile. And if you know that, sometimes you make the move and you just, excuse me, automatically adjust. But if you don't, you can get kind of caught. What's Cam doing over there? And he's got a chance for 238. If I'm reading the scoreboard right, I think, yeah, he's D.
Yes. Yeah, back over to 7-8-2 in front of you. That was Kai Evans who had a chance to shoot 280, by the way. Kai has been close to big games, and it just hasn't been able to kind of get the first one in the 10th in the last few, and obviously that's what you need. Who else is over there? Mr. Cortez Jr., Victor Cortez. He bowled really good yesterday, too. Cam gets the first one in the 10th. Cam currently 20th.
That's nothing. You get it going, you can make that up.
Let's see where our lefties are. Brandon Cryer, because he was starting to put some numbers together as well. He's 25th. Brandon is. They're going to keep the lefties in mind, and then Trenton, 45th, still trying to get going, but obviously still with plenty of time to do so. Hello to our good people. JP asked, did you know anything, Riggs, about the Edgewood College bowling program that's beginning in Madison? Does that sound familiar to you?
No, I did not know that Edgewood was starting a bowling program. Edgewood is like it's a private Catholic small college, and it's in, the campus is only a couple, probably, I don't know, 5 blocks maybe from Camp Randall Stadium, where the Badgers play, off Monroe Street in basically a residential area. I wonder where which center they'll make as their home center. There are no centers down, I guess the Union South on the UW campus, if it's still there, is probably where the Badgers club program bowls. But I did not know that Edgewood was starting a bowling program. Send out some news releases, Edgewood. Give a guy a call. Oh, look at that. Mark Lennon, Sunday racing is at the Dubuque County Fairgrounds.
Far west end of Dubuque. Good morning, Reggie. And Edison, good question regarding Matt. Well, after his nice game there, he was in. Where was Matt? He was 32nd. 258, 180, 258, 257, 213, and another solid game just put together. So it looks like he's starting to find his rhythm a little bit. We saw him come across 7, 8, 9, and 10 where he posted 250s.
And Matt won the famous tournament here in 2014. That was the Loft Fest. I think, if I recall, we used PBA Chameleon as the pattern, and the out did not play. People started in the track, and it went left fast.
That is Regina Abu, not Reggie. Well,
yeah.
We talked to her about this. I forgot the story she told me about how the username became. She's watching her son Justin in front of us here, and all of a sudden he can get to 276. He's had some chances too, and that's been the case so far today, right? And I see in this longer format, of course, and it makes sense when you have 12 games and the scoring pace is high. You have to resist the urge to kind of want to press, especially knowing the bonus pin structure and how it works each game. But in the moment, obviously, when you know you can shoot 260 or 270, and you wrap a 10 or you don't get the first one in the 10th, that can take a lot out of you. But he's been close today. He's had some moments, and that'll be a good opportunity for him to finish this game here. He is 21st, 233, 286, 199, 215. That game 3, 199, got him 8 bonus pins. So that goes to show that was not the lowest game
Oh no, I saw some lower ones.
Ryan Thompson, unfortunate now, 187. And you know, all things considered, that's a lower game.
Jenna with a bucket crumbler there. Did a little dance off the approach after it.
3 and 4 group. The high game was Trent's 267, but there was 247, 246, and 227 on the pair. The 220 was from Cam. One more game and we will have reached the halfway point of the block. Brody Green finishing up here on lane 8. We too with some struggles here. This pair of lanes, I thought yesterday, had its fair share of troubles, but only in game 5. It was game 5, every single squad. Last night's squad took care of it pretty well. They handled it. The first 2 were met with, you know, lay down points around 10, 11 were duck hooking and, you know, taking 3 off the left.
Oh, jeez.
You know, I watched, and obviously you know these
Yep.
guys very well. Chad Moss.
Yep.
Dave Barris.
Yes.
Chad got 4 off the left. It was like runaway, right? Dave Ball did this almost the same thing. And then Andy Mills was on lane 9. These were first shot, you know, to open up game 5. And his ball went runaway 5-10. Yeah, first shot out the gates.
Dang.
And then
Somebody must have started with some heavy surface inside.
And then, of course, you know, Chad's next shot throws it better. And not that he didn't throw the first one good. And then maybe a slight angle change, slight, and then he leaves a 2-4-8. Ball never saw it down lane. And then he went through that for a couple of frames. Finally got into the right ball late. And then he goes to the next pair, shoots 240.
Yeah, that's our TV pair, too. 9 and 10. Used to be 13 and 14. We'll have fresh oil for that, though, for anybody wondering. So those shouldn't be an issue.
It's a big shot there for Justin. Talked about his dad yesterday. Of course, Regina is always out and about watching any bowling, especially where Justin is involved, but she's an avid viewer of bowling. And then, of course, her husband, George, is the regional manager. Get a break? Well, he did get a break. It didn't go in the gutter. For the PBA West and I think the Northwest regions as well. He did hop on a plane there from San Jose to make the trip and bowl. He had been bowling the tournament. Of course, he went to St. Ambrose.
I was wondering, because when I saw him, I thought, did he move back here? I guess the idea that someone would, but if a chance to see old friends and coaches, and why not?
I'm sure it's just like home, you know, kind of feeling.
Yep.
Being around former teammates, and then obviously some current players. As you said, Coach Liddick. He did go to grad school in San Jose. I don't know if he's completed that yet, but that was his goal. He actually bowled. He had 1 year of eligibility left, and he bowled on the historic San Jose State club team this past season.
Interesting.
265 for Justin. And that was Brandon Cryer, 194 clean. 194 clean. All right, so we got bowling now on 13 and 14. Actually, 13 through 16. We've made our way into Game 6. Emil Williams Jr., 11thframe.com's Jeff Riggles. His blog and site, the opener, of course, of this tournament. What made you want to run a tournament? What was what made you get into that?
Well,
realm?
again, I don't do anything to run it. That's all Joe.
Okay, what made you want to
put my name on it? Yes,
yourself with a bowling tournament.
Yeah, it's Joe. I mean, it's Bob. It's if I recall, the first one we did, I don't think Joe. I'm not sure if he ran the first one in 2012 because Bob wanted to have a tournament, and he came to, I think Bob came to me, if I'm remembering. Now, this is almost 15 years ago, so, and my memory is not what it used to be. But we had it, held it, and if you could have seen the shot Bob put out, it was flooded deep, and we didn't have, I don't think we used Flanagan's format then. I'm not sure. If I had my computer, I could look it up because I wrote about it, I'm sure. But we were playing, I bowled then, and I got one of the last checks like at 30-something under. And
that sounds hard.
I remember watching Sunday and just sitting up here in awe because, and Saturday was the same way, but I was bowling Saturday, so I get great bowlers. Like Chad Kloss was up there, and everybody's playing like fourth arrow, sort of just straight at the pocket. And three off, people were throwing gutter balls because there was so much oil, and if you got it right, it just went shoosh and shot to the. Well, the winner that year was Matt McNeil, and Matt basically piped it up 15 or so on the left, and that was when I always knew Matt was a great bowler, so I got to say this very carefully. But that's where my estimation of him as a bowler went up exponentially, because there are not a lot of left-handers that I've ever seen, even on tour, that had the ability. It reminded me of Jason Couch when he won the Tournament of Champions playing deep. And if you go back in history, you know, Earl, Steve Cook, guys like that, you don't see that very much anymore. They're not usually, they can't play there because the right side destroys the middle of the lane, basically is what it comes to. But back then, you still could. And Matt sat there all weekend long just piping it. He had no swing area and won the tournament. And that's where he went from, yeah, Matt's a hell of a bowler, going to be in the USBC Hall of Fame, et cetera, to me going, you know, he's one of the best lefties around, period, counting the tour guys, which he showed in a little bit of tour, made some shows. So, you know, if he'd have ever developed or devoted his life to that, I'm sure he would have won titles out there. He's that good. But that was, I think, I'm pretty sure Joe did not run that one. And didn't he talk about that a little bit?
A little,
yeah.
Yes.
And then the next year we couldn't get the dates, didn't get it. And then by then Joe had started the Fusions. I think the first one of those was in 2012. And, you know, it was just natural. I said, how would you like to make this be the opener of your tour, of the Gibba? And it just went from there. It was just a natural thing. And, you know, I mean, obviously I knew this place. I used to come down here to gamble because Madison's an hour and a half away. This was the closest casino when it was a little riverboat. It was not this facility. It didn't have a bowling center. I want to say 1993, maybe the first year that we came down here. And, you know, one of my friends said, hey, you want to go to Dubuque? I said, why are we going to go to Dubuque? He goes, we're going to go to the casino. I said, there's a casino in Dubuque? You know, and I was young, just built a house, just got married, didn't have a lot of money. You know, it took like $200 to come down. But here's this little riverboat. And so that began my relationship with the Diamond Joe as a customer. And then they built this place it's like I said, I think it opened in December of 08. It might have been December of 07, but I think it was December of 08. And the bowling center, you know, coming up here and looking at it and going, wow. You know, people, those are TV screens for anybody that doesn't know. The masking units. And on a football Sunday or Saturday in the winter.
I bet, yeah.
Woo, that's pretty cool. And these were here, that's more common now. When these were first here, it was the first center I can remember seeing that had that. And it's pretty cool. And, you know, I've known and bowled against Bob Hockreen for, I couldn't even tell you when. He won an ABC Eagle singles in 90 or 91. 90 or 91, I can't remember which year. And he bowled PBA regionals for years. I'm pretty sure he's won there as well. Good guy. And I knew that if he was running this place, I knew that this was a place to have it. You know, he wanted to have one, and I said I didn't hesitate there. You know, on 11thframe.com then it wasn't a big, you know, I didn't charge. It was, I didn't even, in fact, that was the first year that I took it off the newspaper, our newspaper site. All right, new standings. Man, David Cole, another 250. Wow. And he doesn't even have the highest set for the first 5 games. He has 1323, and Andrew Blaney has 1325. Oh, jeez.
That is plus 323 and 325 respectively. And Andrew's got 4 more bonus spins.
So that's 265 a game for Andrew.
Yeah, it went down 5 pins. He was at 270 a game after 4.
Dang. Shoot 245 and drop your average. If I am Cole or Andrew or Garrett, the name I'm watching is right there in 5th spot. David Kroll, Boog Kroll.
Why is that? Why you say that?
Because he's the best bowler here, hands down. Multiple PBA Tour titles. If you have a trained eye and you go watch everybody bowl here, you watch him bowl, and there's just, I was watching him today again, and I said there's something about his game where it's different than all, and there are so many great bowlers here. Don't get me wrong, there are great bowlers here. Tour guys, future tour guys, but there's just something watching Boog, the consistency of his ball motion and release and his ball speed is just, I'm sure if you did Cat's numbers on all 48 guys here, I would bet my life that his Cat's numbers would be the best, or Specto or whatever system we're using. I was just sitting there watching him and just in awe of his game, and and he's got a good reaction. He's got 238, 269, 207, 238, 256. It would not surprise me in the least to see him up high. Got one of my buddies here, one of my teammates, Emil, Tom Howry, 1991 ABC All Events champion.
To your right.
Yep, to my right. Come down to watch a little bowling and maybe play a little slots, I would think. Is Mark London still out there, or is he going to come sit in for a while?
He said he would be here probably closer to 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Near the end of the block.
I've got a little business to attend to and get some lunch here in a bit.
Sure.
And then I'll come back.
Sounds great.
Got some phone calls to make.
Those updated scores are on your screen for a little bit. Make sure you click the link. It is pinned up top.
And I don't know if people understand what an achievement this document is and this thing. For them to put in 48 scores, get the bonus pins, and have it all ordered
right
3 frames into the next game. Folks, because I remember when we started this and I said, how in the heck are we going to tell people? We won't know what it'll be like. The 6th game won't know the scores for the first 3 games, the standings. I said, how are you going to do that? And Jennifer says, watch this. And she showed me this. And I'm thinking maybe Joe's son, Jennifer's brother, he's a kind of a web whiz. Greg, I'm thinking he maybe created this. I don't know. I don't know exactly where it came from, but it's an amazing document, how fast it.
Well, I think Joe told me that Jen essentially developed a formula.
Okay, then Jen did it.
Through Excel.
She's a sharp cookie, too. So
and
it doesn't surprise me.
It sounds like the most work they have to do is she has to resort things twice.
Yep.
To make sure, the bonus part and then the overall scores first.
But this is a complicated thing to do when you've got you got to order bonus from 48 to 1 every game.
No chance I could do that.
I mean, if you're trying to do that like manually or something, no chance. You'd be so many games behind.
No chance, yeah, I could. Check in on 7 through 10 in a moment. I see Dan Gifford has made his way back down here. He shot a big 279 in this area. That actually got him solidified his spot into the top 48 today. And it happened in the last game of his squad. And got them all at crumble. You can see them in the bottom right of your screen currently. After this game, we will be halfway complete with round 2. And then 6 more games essentially to determine the top 5 are going to advance to this afternoon's and to the evening Stepladder finals. Well, let's see. Mark is in the building. He said maybe 2 if he could sneak away from the office. There's Joe. That's a great point there, Storm B. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I talk about that actually often on the PBA or PWBA tour. In fact, with regard to sounds, how balls enter the pins. That's why I always talk about Stephanie Zabala like that. Her ball just goes through the pins way different than other players on that tour. So does Jordan's. Andrew Blaney again. Oh my. One that does not connect for Blaney, which has been rare in these last couple of games for him. Before you go, Jeff, and I know you'll be back, but I do want to ask you quickly about what it was like to watch Mark do what he did.
Oh man, I'm gonna get emotional.
Championships.
That was, Susie and I have had the worst year. My brother has cancer, is not in good shape. He's in a clinical trial now, so getting better. My mom is 92, not in good shape. We help take care of her. Her husband's 96, still alive. They live on their own, so we have to take care of them. This year we finally got Susie's dad into assisted living. He's not in good shape, and Susie was doing almost everything for him. And then Susie was diagnosed with breast cancer in March. Thankfully, they caught it early. She had surgery. She had radiation. She's on her way back, and her prognosis is fantastic. She basically is, you don't use the word cured, but the doctors told her 3% chance of recurrence in 10 years. So she's about as good as you could get for a cancer thing, And last year I had some surgeries and I had skin cancer. We've just been through, just a terrible, terrible year. And the peak of it was when we went to Baton Rouge, and then team event was so hard. And I mean, mentally, I hadn't had much time to practice, and I shot 126 the first game, and 483. And that was the worst I've done in 45 years. I mean, when I was young and terrible and scores were super low, I never had a series that bad. And that was heartbreaking to do that to your team. What Mark did kind of salvaged that whole trip for us. And I bowled a lot better the next day. I had a couple 600s. But to watch him do that, he shot 299 the first game. He leaves the 4-pin. And for him, that was such a big deal because his dad had 397 in Huntsville, and he's like, dang. And I told him jokingly, I said, hey, you got 2 more games. And then the next game, they were transitioned so fast, and all of a sudden he didn't have it. And he had a couple opens, and we're like, you're not even really thinking about it. He makes a rally at the end, and then he changes balls on the fill ball, gets the right ball out, and I had written that morning about the guy the day before. I'd shot 793 to take the lead. So I had to do that at 4 a.m. We bowled at 7 a.m. When I got up, I looked, I said, oh, God, quick bang on a story. And so I knew exactly what he needed, and he had 495, and I didn't think anything of it after coming off 196. It wasn't even in thought in my mind. But he was throwing that Venom shock, and that ball in his hands, well, it's in anyone's hand. Mm-hmm. EJ, look at that's EJ's probably number 1 ball, I would bet. And Mark, when he got the 4th one, I remember saying to Gail and Shades, I said, he could do this. I said, look at this reaction. This is as good as he had the first game. And Susie was up in the audience with Mike Jasnaw. Mike was there that week to hang with us and some other people that he knew. And so it was really cool because Mike's been a big friend to us, a coach to us, a helper to us as in our Eagle winning days. And so this was really emotional for him, too. And Susie said he was talking about it early in that 3rd game, too, as he's looking at the reaction. And, when we got down to the 10th, I was sitting I think we were 13 or 14. I was sitting in the chair right behind the right lane that Mark was on, and I was sitting there. My hands were shaking, just trying. And I was like, I said, might have been Howery been there. I said, this is every bit as intense as any Eagle we won, and I'm not even a part of it, other than as it's one of my best friends and a teammate for all these years. And for those that don't know, as I wrote about it, Mark and I go back to 10 years old when we met at Village Lanes in Monona. We've been competitors, buddies, traveled together on tour. Our lives have been together forever, and teammates for nationals since 1998. And we've been through so much together, off and on the lanes, divorces and kids and everything. And to sit there, see, I'm getting emotional just talking about it. It's months ago. And to sit there, and when he threw that last strike, man, I just jumped out of my chair right into his arms. I didn't even remember it until I had to see it on the video to see it.
Yeah, I watched the video.
And that was just...
I watched every shot because I was very interested in the game too, obviously. Like, what was the transition actually like? And then I saw that ball change late in that game. And I'm like, oh, okay. I saw the transition happen.
And that was just one of the coolest experiences of my bowling career. And I won nothing out of it except some bracket money to split. But I just got to see my, one of my best friends in the whole world do something that's historic. And it is historic. He's the oldest guy. Eric Hartman and Aaron Smith together. Eric, the last I checked, he had it down to 2 guys from like the early 1900s. And we're pretty certain he's tried newspapers.com. He narrowed them. He went through all of them, narrowed them, eliminated all but these 2 guys. And their names are too common to make sure that the obits are the real guys. But he thinks they probably aren't, and I'm sure they're probably not. So Mark is the oldest person ever to win a singles Eagle. And, when we got to share it together, when it ended, we were sitting on a beach drinking beer in northern Wisconsin because that happened to be our weekend. Susie's family has a cabin in northern Wisconsin, and one weekend a year we all go up there. And it happened to be scheduled for that weekend. So that Monday we were sitting at a beach when Keith Dunphy messaged me and said, there's one game to go and nobody can beat him. He won. And so we did a toast and we popped champagne back at the cabin that night and went out to a good dinner. And it was as just to have that experience together. And I hope to God that USBC comes to their senses and alters the rules for the Hall of Fame. 4 Eagles to be eligible is just stupid. As I've written, it's a ridiculous standard. 12 of the 23 people who are in, it'll be 25 now or 26 after this year, 12 people that are in there in the Outstanding USBC Performance category wouldn't even be eligible under this rule, as I wrote. And it's just dumb. And I'm sure it's going to get changed at some point. Otherwise we'll exclude other, like Adam Barta.
Sure.
There's so many guys that are just so deserving of being in that Hall of Fame in that category, and Mark is certainly one of them now. If he wasn't before, he's certainly one now, but he's not even eligible. So hopefully he'll get that changed, and I'll get to welcome him in there one of these years. That was just, I just like I said, you see tears in my eyes, and this happened months ago, and it's been official for almost a month, and I'm sure 10 years from now I'll talk about it. I'll feel the same way. It was just an amazing experience to think somebody that age, and he did it with athleticism. The trick on that condition, in my opinion, is if you were hooking it, as we learned after the pattern came out, that hammerhead of oil down at the end, the harder and straighter sort of mitigated that hammerhead. And if you were hooking it, you could hit that and get those squirts, and that's, I think, in retrospect, what helped hold the scores down. And he, at 62 years old, he was actually 9 days shy of 63 when we bowled that day. And he used athleticism and ball speed to do that, throwing it as hard and straight. And my tech guy, Brian Burkhart, took our singles video, and he broke Mark's shots out. That's what you watched. Mm-hmm. So, and it's got, 20,000 views, I think, or something. I should be monetized, but I'm not. But that's at the 11thframe.com YouTube page. If you're out there and you want to watch that, it's so cool to watch. Just his 30 frames. just to see the 299, the 196, and then the 300.
It's a good view from the like just the bowling part, like in a 3-game set, how quickly lanes change. So if you want to learn something, you can actually learn something just by watching those shots. And you can see like, oh man, when if you're in league or you bowl tournament and you high game and then you low game and then high game, and it's like, why does this happen? It actually is illustrated to a good degree there.
And the thing is, we probably change the lanes less than almost any other high-level group that goes to the tournament. I still semi-consider us high-level because our collective rev rate, the highest guy in our 6 on the pair, we had one young guy bowling doubles with Gale, Cody Weagle, but he's not a super high rev guy. He might be 350, maybe a little more. We don't have any super high rev guys, because we're old. And, back in the day, I was considered a flailing cranker, Rich Wonders called me the first time he saw me. And I probably peaked at about 400 when I was young as a rev rate, which was a lot then. I always tell people, Francois Lavoie, if he had been on tour when I was on tour and Mark was on tour, he would have been a higher level power player. Maybe not the highest power player, but he would have been, no one would have called him a stroker. That was, in my day, that was Butch Soper and Charlie Tapp and guys like that who are true straight guys. And, so we changed the lanes probably less. And if you watch it, I had one guy, if you look at the comments on that, telling me, oh, we didn't bowl on that. You guys are hooking it. And I said, my comment was, go back and watch where we started at the beginning of doubles, the balls we used. You can see I was using, we started outside 5, and I was using an Ion Max with like 1,000 surface on it. And when we got done, I was using, what was it? A shiny pearl, not too super shiny, but well lane shined pearls, and a Rotogroup Idol. The orange one was the one I used mostly, and we were inside 15. Mark was straight up between 10 and 15, so that's a 3-arrow move basically for guys that don't have much rev rate. So you can just imagine how much people that played the lanes together and correctly, quote unquote, how much they had to move. And you can see some of the video of some of the other guys that bowl good in singles and how much they were hooking it and how far left they were. Andrew Anderson, look at his singles for his group and how far left he was. And he shot 660 and talked about how much they changed and how hard they got. And in retrospect, that's what I began to understand as Mark held the lead going through. Once we got through May and I started paying more attention and started digging into it, and I said, that six people on a pair transition is a lot different than 4, and whatever this pattern is, it's breaking down a lot more than what we probably figured. And that's when I started thinking he had a chance to win.
That was good stuff, man. Very good stuff.
Oh, it was. And then now next year, we're bowling May 1st and 2nd, the same Friday and Saturday, and we're 7 a.m. singles again. And I said, so they're going to have to start the presentation for Mark about 6:30 in the morning. I told the guys, I said, be ready.
Yeah, you definitely need some coffee for that.
This is going to be, but it's, for us, that'll be 9 a.m. Because we're all coming from the Midwest. For Shady, it'll be 10 a.m. I said, and we're only going to be out there for a couple days before this, so body clock is not 7 a.m. Body clock will be 9, so it shouldn't be that hard. And we have guys that want to fly out the same day to save money. So if you bowl on the 3 o'clock squad, you can't bowl. It's either 7 a.m. or 3 o'clock if you're bowling on 11:30 team event. If you bowl at 3, you're not flying out from Vegas or Reno unless you're red-eyeing, and I don't even know if you can get a red-eye these days to a lot of places. So we voted, and pretty much everybody wanted to bowl at 7. Not that, and we're older. You get up early. I mean, for me, it's the middle of the day. I get up at 3 a.m. every day, so that won't be a problem. But a couple guys grumbled, but I said, okay, bowl at 3, then you're staying till Sunday. And if you want to have fun Saturday night, we're not going to get done till close to 7. You got to wait around, get bracket money. You got to get something to eat. So then it's probably like 9 o'clock. And if you got an early flight, are you going to gamble for 3 hours or something? And, so you're kind of shooting your whole day. And you got to sit around all day until 3 o'clock. I don't know. For me, 7 was the easy decision. But that's going to be when they do the presentation next year. And I think they do the team presentations before team and the minors presentations before minors. So they'll be doing that at probably 6:30 in the morning, I would assume. So oof. Or if they do it at 7, we're going to set the whole day's schedule back. Because it usually takes 10 or 15 minutes, doesn't it?
Back in the day, I remember.
Yeah, when they did it in 2011, it was a good 10 minutes or so for us. And that's the picture. That's from that presentation in 2012 in Baton Rouge is my Facebook profile picture. I still got it up there where I'm holding the trophy with our 5 guys. That one will be there forever. Sorry, Susie.
Man, no doubt. As 13 to 16 closes out, I had to ask you that, and I didn't want to ask you during Stepladder.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you when we had some time to just go through it, because obviously for me, that was my first gig in the industry, so I obviously have good memories of your team and teams, the groups, especially early on. Then you won, and then I'm like, man, that was 2011.
Yep.
They're still winning.
Well, I want to make a shout out here. Bob Larson is elected. Going to be inducted. Yep. In my first go-around with a great group at Nationals, it was Rich Wonders put together the Kendor Corporation, then became Fayball Enterprises group, and I was part of that in 84, 85, 86, 87, and then 91, 92 after I came home from the tour. And Bob Larson was on the first team. I was on the second team, and in 86 was the big year for him. We won the team event, Fayball number 2, and Bob Larson team, Rich's team, the number 1 team, they won the team all events for the 3rd time in 5 years. And Bob Larson and Don Cook won the doubles. So Bob has 4 Eagles, and he's getting in. He got inducted, and he's 85 now, I believe, and still doing well from everything I've heard. And so that is going to be a very exciting night for me. And that actually will be the Wednesday night. We bowl Friday, Saturday in Reno. That's the Wednesday night of convention week, is 2 days before we bowl. So a lot of guys will be out there anyway, and it's going to be really cool to see Bob get inducted. That goes back to when I was like a lot of these kids here, longish hair and one-handed, but a lot of rev rate.
The days sounds like.
And that was 86 was my first Eagle. I would love my teammates to carry me to one more, then I would be the first person to have 1 in 5 decades.
Well, if there's a group that can get that done.
I told those guys, they said, you better get more than 480 then.
Well, yeah, I guess you got to do a little work. You got to do a little work.
Well,
this time.
I have. I'm down 29 pounds since Christmas. I am back in the gym. I'm going to make some grip alterations that I just got a couple balls back after changing. I'm going to start practicing and bowling a little, and I'm on a little mini redemption tour. I called Susie, it was the non-embarrassment tour.
Yeah, I feel that. Everybody's got some pride.
Yeah, I told her, I said, I want to get to 50 years and 100,000 pins and then retire and still have a 200 average, and I can't be shooting 480 now. I can shoot 480 when I'm 75, but and then I'll retire.
You should go get your bowling ball. You could hook it now.
Yeah, Bob, I could hook it, Bob. Don't worry, I throw it 12 miles an hour, so. He's right. He's. Oh.
Good spare there from Brody Green. There has been a couple of 230s. The scoring pace,
it's going to go down.
Has slowed this game. And in comparison, if you're just joining us, we're talking 290. There were 4 300s in 4 games, 3 on one pair, 1 game. David Cole out the gate shot 856. Andrew Blaney out the gate shot 823. And so from that perspective, the scoring pace has slowed. There's more 230 consistency across the building. I'm seeing anything from 170 to 240 at this point, which makes sense as we get to the end. Well, we're not the end of the block. What has been, right, from a 6-game block perspective of qualifying, now we're getting to the second part of our 12-game block.
I think eventually you will see almost no one throwing urethane, at least no one who's up among the leaders throwing urethane on the right side. I mean, the lefties might have to stay that way, but But on the right side, it gets to the point where you just can't. The ball's burning too early and got nothing left on the back end with urethane, and you can't go left and go around it. So you got to eventually get to reactive is traditionally what's happened.
There's a good one from Cryer. He struggled with carry in this game in particular. It could be a little bit higher for him. He could be shooting 260 this game. Oh, that's a good 9, all things considered there for Dan.
So what kind of schedule do you have in the wintertime then? There's no PWBA. What does Bowlstream spend its time doing? Local stuff, more or less? Or stuff like this, regional stuff?
Yep, there's always some regional monthly EYT. There's a PWBA regional once a month. I think I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Yep, I'm going to Peoria actually next weekend. Then Rockford on the 14th of September. There's one in Nashville, first weekend of October. Actually, no, it's one at Twin Cities, Cedarville.
Okay.
End of September, October, November. For Bowlstream, on the Longview doubles at the end of the month. September, it's a tournament in El Paso, Texas, the Oasis Invitational. We'll check that out. The Agent Ong is in October, going back to Phoenix. And I don't think I have anything scheduled in November and December. I don't think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't at the moment. I am actually trying to do more local events. Yeah, I don't want to travel all the time.
Well, it was great that we were able to snag you. For those wondering, I don't know if you've had a chance to tell what happened, but
yeah, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, but yeah, we can recap.
Flanagan, Mike Flanagan called me, I don't know, 2 months ago, and he says, Jeff, I got a problem. And for those who don't know, Mike and I go back a long ways. Doug Buer's second wedding, I was sitting in the at the reception, and this guy comes up to me and introduces himself, and he starts telling me all these ideas he has for bowling.
Sounds like Mike.
Yeah, and I'm like, who is this whack job? Literally, we still laugh about that. I was like, and I've heard it all through the year. I get people calling me out with all their ideas for stuff, and so I'm a journalist. I'm a skeptic, and I was like, well, yeah, I won't hear from this guy again. And sure as heck, you know, a lot of what he said came to be, and he became the Mike Flanagan everyone knows. And I was there at the beginning when all he had were ideas that he was bouncing off of me, and some of which I took part in, not a lot. Mm-hmm. But the big thing that Mike did for me, his tech guy, is Brian Burkhart. ABC doubles Eagle winner in 2014, I believe it was, and bowled regionals for years, good bowler, and he is a wizard. He worked for, I think, AT&T for years. I believe he's retired now. His wife is like a cardiologist, so, and he just is a consultant now, does the work he wants to do. He went to junior gold with his kid this year.
That's dope. That's nice.
Yep. And he drove through Madison and stopped, and we chatted and that, and then he took his kid up, went fishing for a week before the kid bowled. But anyway, Brian is the one then who did the video that you watched of McDowell's, broke it all down. If without him, 11thframe.com would not exist, and a lot of what Mike does probably wouldn't exist without Brian. He's just, if I lost him, I think I would have to retire and give it up. I don't know where I would find somebody to do all he does for me. So Mike calls me 2 months ago, and you know he calls me like out of the blue once every couple months, and we talk for a half hour or something. He keeps me updated on stuff. But he called, and he says, I got a problem. And I go, oh, now what? And what'd you do to make Chad mad now? And they go, Chad Murphy, of course, because Mike does Bowl TV work, and I'm always pimping him about his boss, which is funny. And he says, well, I kind of screwed up. He goes, I thought the 11thframe.com Open was what's going to be next weekend. And I said, man, I put out a save the date story. He goes, I know, but he said, I thought Bob told me it was the next weekend, or Joe told me. And he says, Mike Fagan called me. He bought the bowling center in New Mexico where the New Mexico Open is, and he asked me to help him out with running it and webcast it, live stream it. And I went, oh, Mike, man. I said, well, whatever you got to do, you don't have to work it out with me. You have to work it out with Joe and Bob. And if they're good with whatever you can do, I'm good with whatever you can do. And long story short, you ended up here, and Mike ended up in New Mexico, and all is good for everyone.
Yeah, I told him. We talked about it too, obviously. It was just like, hey, man, you got a good business opportunity. And so I'm good. I'm happy to help. It totally be fine. I didn't have to get on a plane, which is very rare in my life these days.
Yeah, because you did New Mexico last year, didn't you?
Yeah, I did the last couple.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And, new ownership changes, all tournament directors change. It's okay. Things happen. I was happy that he was asked to help run the tournament.
Yeah, and that's for people to understand. Mike has got a long record of running tournaments, the InsideBowling.com Open, and he's run a lot of tournaments too, which is not your ball of wax. And so Mike Fagan wanted Mike's expertise in that area as he took things over. So it was more than webcasting going on there. So all this made sense for you to be here and Mike to be there. And, and that's an opportunity. Mike's got another tie-in with tournament operation there. And, Mike, let's be real here. Mike Fagan was, in with Robbie Spigner in Triple Shift Entertainment as a bowling proprietor thing. And who knows what Mike Fagan might end up doing in bowling. And that could be a big opportunity for
Absolutely.
Mike Flanagan to be tied in there. And I don't know anything. I'm speaking completely speculatively. But, I know the skills and the mindset that Mike Fagan has and the experience, and I could see him branching out and starting his own chain.
Haven't seen a lot of channel dwellers, but there was one, unfortunately, off the hand of.
And she's not even playing that far out. I wonder if she might have just lost that off the hand or something there. Well, I want to watch a little of Cam here before I go get my lunch and make my calls and check on a few things.
Been a lot of that. There is some level of frustration.
Yep. I'm going to be straight. I'm a right-handed bowler who bowled at the highest levels for decades. I guess you could say that I would be a member of, what does Del Ballard, what did he call it, the IHL? IHL club, I hate lefties. Nothing personal, but we've all. I finished ninth in a regional once where I was the second high righty. So we'll put it to you that way. I bowled a zillion tournaments where I knew I had no chance to win because there were good lefties and they had such an advantage. And I've also bowled tournaments where there were a lot of lefties there that none of them could have beat me if I had a terrible day because their side was nothing. So this is the unfortunate nature of our sport. It's like 10% of the players playing a different golf course is what it really is. And it's never going to change. It's been this way forever. It's just the nature. It's a sad nature of our sport. There's nothing you can do about it because you're coming off the different side lanes. Unless you become a two-hander that throws backups like Anthony Simonson and win a tournament doing that. I guess that's the one thing you could do. But it's 100 times harder now than it was when I was young, like these guys. The margin, I've written this many times, the margin in the middle for equity or closeness between the left side difficulty and the right side difficulty is so tiny. It's so hard to hit that equity area. It's incredible, especially when you're dealing with sport patterns and tough conditions. When a good lane man can do that consistently, and you see it on tour, it's almost impossible to do. But if they can, that is an achievement like you can't believe. And this tournament comes pretty damn close, I will say. We have come, where 3 making it. Now you can say, oh, that's not enough. But last year we had 5 on the same pattern and Cam won. So the difference in margins are just so tiny to nail that versus you make it like some years we've had here where there was one year we had a couple games left, and I think 5 of the top 6 were left-handed. The high righty was like in 4th. And we've had years where I think one lefty made the top. One year there was one lefty in the top 48, and then the next day he went all the way to 10th. I forget who that was. Went all the way to 10th, trying something different. And, of course, the right side kind of beat each other up over 12 games, so they took advantage at the end. So it's, and so you look at Cam being frustrated there, and that's the context to understand that. And, he won last year, and obviously a guy like that thinks I should be battling to win every year. And he's probably right. But, he's experienced it this last year on tour. People wonder, oh, look at how great he is in that. Why doesn't he go on tour? Well, this year will tell you a little bit about that. Because the tour, the fact of the matter is on tour, basically there's a certain amount of money, a percentage of money that left-handers win every year. And I think it's always been that way on tour. And I don't know that that's the right way to do it. But it comes down to you better be about the best lefty out there to make good money. Like Graham Fa was this year. You better think that you can beat Graham next year if you're going to be out on tour as a lefty, or Jesper or whatever. You better be close to them. And Cam could be the 5th best left-hander in the entire world, and he might not make money on tour because there's only so many tournaments, there's only so much money, and when the left side has it out there, you got to beat those guys. And if you're 5th best, then maybe you finish 8th in the tournament. You got to be able to win. If you're the 5th best righty on tour, you have a lot more opportunities. You're going to win, bet to win. So if I'm explaining that correctly, that's what you face as I'm in that IHL club when I was a player, but I would never want to have been a left-hander. The hardest thing in the world, sometimes it's the easiest thing in the world, but it's also the hardest thing in the world to be left-handed on tour. Because you only have so many opportunities to win where your side has a chance, and then when you do, you can't be your off week. You can't take off a week. It can't be your off week. And then you got to beat Jesper and Buttriff and Graham Fa and whoever else it is. Or you're not. So when you wonder why Cam, as great as he is, he didn't light up the world last year, that's why.
It was going to be a tough. It was going to be a challenge, obviously. Anyway.
Now that's not to say that he won't get better. He's going back out last year. He told me. I asked him yesterday. We chatted. He's going back out next year, and he's going to keep working, and he may get there.
He's going to win.
He's definitely got the game. He's definitely got the game. He's got the power. He's got the intensity. He's got the desire. Without a doubt, the desire. He's got the it factor that you can see that you have to have. Now, it just comes to learning what it's like to bowl on tour, learning how to play the lanes to beat those guys. And once he figures that out, then it's taking advantage of that week when it's there for you. And if he bowls 5 years on tour, I would be shocked if he doesn't bowl for a title. And then when you're one game on TV, anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Yeah, he's as you just said, he's got all of the things. And I've learned this over the course, just bowling and the equity such, and the tour part. But when you don't have it, right, those are the days or the weeks you just got to find a way to catch a check.
Yeah,
as well.
And that's the sad reality is there are a lot of weeks when you're left-handed out there that the best you're hoping for is to get a check.
Right.
But then again, when you have it, you might only have to beat 10 guys to win when it's really your week, and so that's the reality you face. And it would be great for bowling, I believe, for Cam to become a star, because he's got so much charisma. People love watching him bowl. Fans gravitate to him. He's got a bubbly personality. He's a great interview, which I appreciate. And let's face it, he's also, as you can relate, he's African American.
Absolutely.
And can be a role model. And that would be, the George Branham effect. That would be fantastic for bowling to have. You gotta see people that you can put your footsteps in.
Representation is important.
Yeah, you know that a lot more than I do in that area.
Actually, I had a good conversation about that with Tom Clark when, it had to be maybe a couple years ago at the Illinois Classic. And Tom was telling me about the new Veterans Committee of the Hall of Fame. and that ultimately got, I believe it was Steve Jarrell
Yep.
in. And then so we were talking, and it was like there's a good chance that George Branham III could get in the next year. And I was essentially describing all of the things that I recall watching George when I was a kid.
I'm sure that was impactful for you.
It was, and I broke it all down to him. And then when it was released that George was in, I think it was just the day before the news had broke, but it was the same Illinois Classic this year. And he tapped me on the shoulder. We briefly chatted. I was on the air, and he said, I forgot what he said, but like we talked about this or something. I was like, I told you. I mean, that was of utter importance. And I thought he should have been in a long time ago. But, man, that was huge.
George was out there when I was out there, and I love that guy. He's, he was buddies, roommates with Randy Peterson, and, we hung a little bit with those guys on off days, having a cocktail after bowling or something. I thought George was one of the nicest, best guys out there. He was one of those ones when he bowled well after I'd left the tour, I would be cheering for him. And he's good dude. And when Gary Faulkner won the World Championship, I got a lot of grief from the people that say, well, you shouldn't even mention that he's black. And I'm like, hey, this is an issue. It's important to – role models are important, black, Asian, whatever, left-handed, right-handed. There's whatever you do, you want to see somebody that looks like you or bowls like you so you can say, hey, there's my hero. And so I managed to get a hold of George's phone number, and I called him and did a story after Gary had won, and that was the first time I talked to George in years. And it was really neat to talk to him about, because it was 20-some years after he'd been off tour. And
it's a long time.
Yeah, and for him to be remembered and get in the veterans like that in the PBA Hall of Fame, to me that was totally appropriate.
Yeah, Tom invited me to that induction ceremony. I was unable to make it. I was already at ITC's. But that was really cool for all involved, but specifically the African American community, without question, without a doubt, to watch him go into the Hall of Fame.
Dang.
Scores on your screen.
Cole, another 267.
David Cole is now it's kind of moving into we got still a long way to go.
1590 for 6.
We're starting to move into the potential word of clinic use. Now, if he keeps the pace up, which even yesterday, right? And now, different scenario. Everybody's bowling in the squad. The skill levels are different. All of the above. His low game today is 215, and for what he's bowled, that's low.
Yeah, next low game's 252. Huh? Oof. Man. Well, there's a lot of people probably watching this that don't even know who's David Cole. And
great person.
Yeah, let me tell you, he can. The man can bowl. He can bowl. They were on our squad at Baton Rouge this year, and their team shot a little down from us while I was blasting 483, and we had 2,900. They had 31 something. His team.
Yeah, they did.
And I want to say he was high on the team, I think. And I've known him because he's from the Chicago area. I've bowled tournaments where he's been in and stuff. Really nice guy, always positive and chatty, and just a good dude. A lot of fun to bowl with, and his ball roll is just so smooth, and I love he's one of those guys I like watching bowl.
And he's been that way. I met him in 2002-ish. We started bowling. I was late to the party on. There he's to the left of your screen. In fact, I started late to the Illinois Youth Scholarship Tour perspective. Late to the party on that. But when I started bowling, I met individuals like David Cole. And I've known him since then. He's been the same person, which is very rare, right? Same great individual and bowler, even though he doesn't bowl as much. But, he joked with me yesterday, and he comes out doing this today, and I'm like, are we sure we're not bowling, bro? Are you practicing on the side and you're not telling people? Is that what's happening here? And even right now, he's got spare 3-bagger, spare double.
Yep. So another solid game there. What's he got? Nice. And amazingly, even with those numbers, he's only got a 118-pin lead.
Yeah, which is not a lot in this format. So.
And who does he have that 118-pin lead on?
Now, Book Kroll back in second
Yeah.
place. Book's gone on 238, 256, 247 the last three. Andrew Blaney, 257, 245, 214. His lowest game was 214, and we saw that a game ago. Missed had a couple of splits late. Garrett Meadows has had himself a nice day, too. He's still fourth. And Bobby Habetler hanging around fifth.
Bobby's a good young player. He helped us out this year. He ended up getting in with, we have 5 teams we had this year under the 11thframe.com banner at Nationals, and he ended up getting in with the 5th team group. And he actually, like 3 pairs down from McDowell in singles, shot 782. He had a chance to beat Mark with a hit here or there.
That?
Yeah, I think he had 280 the last game, or 270 something last game. But he had 782 and finished like 5th on the same squad, 3 or 4 pairs down. Throws the ball great. He was on Junior Team USA.
He was, a couple times. I was curious about Trent Mitchell's look today, if it would be similar to what he had yesterday. And at least the last game it certainly did. In this 267 game,
It's that 159 is the killer for him.
Yep, 18th place at the moment.
Because you figure he only gets 1 pin there, so he shoots 40 under when other people might be shooting 120 over. So that the 1 game swings there, that's you can't have those train wrecks in a tournament with this high of scores.
Christopher Cheshansky.
That's a player I didn't know. When I wrote today in my qualifying, I wasn't sure about whether a couple names were left-handed or not. It was one of the names I did not know.
He was not, or is not, left-handed. Two-handed righty. Looks like he had the high game of game 6, so he get the full 48 bonus.
Yep.
His last couple, 262, 286, and he had a monster back 3 last night.
And young man from Wisconsin here who bowls also Mount Mercy.
Oh, yeah, Robert Vader.
Robert Vader. I've gotten to know Robert. He's kind of a little bit of a techie geek guy. You know what the Baker equivalency rating is?
Yes, so I had to learn it because I streamed the Wisconsin State High School.
Oh yeah, that's right. What am I saying?
And
Jeez.
so, but that's, I mean, I had to at least be familiar with it, and so I had read about it a little bit, and you just kind of keep reading to make sure you kind of understand it. But so obviously it applied, and we discussed it a little bit.
Yeah, he got a hold of me last year at this tournament. Said, hey, I got something. Will you write about this? And he started talking about it. I'm like, okay, this is cool. I like the idea. I don't need to know all the math because I'm a journalist, not a mathematician. So we wrote the story about it, and it shocked me how many people were skeptical and it was kind of controversial. I'm like, I said, this is perfect sense to have this overfill rate. And that story's at 11thframe.com too. But you can just look up Baker equivalency rating and find stuff about it. It's pretty cool. It's a great thing, and I expect that will get some wider adoption in bowling going forward as people become a little more familiar with it. But he's also a good bowler. He's got a younger brother named Henry who's becoming better and better real quick.
I did not know that. He's got the volunteer or service.
He's always doing something
edge as well.
Always doing something.
A couple of years ago, I think after his final year of high school eligibility, the next year at the tournament, he was volunteering. He was working with staff. I saw him volunteering this year at Junior Gold.
Yep. In your work there for the Wisconsin High School, you work with a guy that I have kind of a tie to, Jesse Nelson from ESPN Wisconsin, because
of course in Madison.
Yep.
Right.
And Jason Wilde, he is the producer of the Wilde and Tausch show, and Jason Wilde is the longest running Packer beat writer in Wisconsin. And the paper I work for Jason was the Packer writer there up until this year, from 1994. He had 1 or 2 years off in there, but he started at 94 and he started as Packer beat writer in the 96 Super Bowl season. So I know Jason pretty well, so it was really neat to the first time I saw Jesse up there and put together. And I ended up doing a story with Jesse about, here's this guy who's the producer of Wilde and Tausch, probably the biggest radio show in the state of Wisconsin. Mark Tauscher, of course, was on one of the Packer Super Bowl teams and is a Packer Hall of Famer. And then there's Jesse doing bowling, and Jesse was a high school bowler. So I did a feature story on him, and I listened to Wilde and Tausch pretty much every day, even though Wilde now works for one of our competitors, but that's a whole nother story. But
I can't remember Jesse's alma mater. I should know it.
Muskego.
Yep, and they finally won this year. And so he actually got a chance to really be excited. He was it was fun. That was a fun moment for him.
They had a lot of fun on the Wilde and Tausch show after I published the story about Jesse, picking on him about, and they always pick on him about bowling.
It's become a, I look forward to it now. Every year after the tournament is over, they'll do like Jesse will pick about almost like a top 5 moments, and then the duo will then kind of judge the moments or his calls on these moments, if you will.
Yep.
And they'll tag Bowlstream TV and some stuff on Twitter or X now as well. It's kind of fun.
They usually, the coolest part of that is they usually bring in Matt LePay, who has been the Badgers football and basketball announcer for eons and is one of the best. He also fills in like on Brewers broadcasts, stuff like that. He's in, every person in Wisconsin knows who Matt LePay is. And Matt LePay, Jesse calls him my job dad or something like that. and Matt's a good guy. Matt picks on Jesse, and they have Matt on there, and they have Matt critique some of his calls. So you get that too. So we hear Bowlstream TV stuff on the Wilde Tausch show.
We came here potentially for Cam, and after Game 7 is complete, we'll take a small break, recharge.
He had a little bit of fry there when he had the 6 split 2, and then he had 9 spare. He had a little fry going, but he's one of those guys. That's the way I used to be, a Pete Weber type. He channels. If you channel anger
properly,
you can use that as a positive force. It's not terrible to get frustrated. But don't get frustrated and angry and kick ball returns and stuff like that, which I did when I was younger. Full disclosure, I'll admit that. I haven't this century, I'll say. But I was someone who sometimes it took a little bit of irritation to get me to reach my best level. I totally relate to Pete Weber, who sometimes I think, and everyone will say this, makes stuff up to or finds things to anger him.
Well, greats, have that.
Michael Jordan.
That was where I was going.
Yep.
Who make up things to motivate themselves, and so that wouldn't shock me one bit about Pete in that regard.
Yeah, and I mean, I had bowled against Pete since we were teenagers, and sometimes I'll do it like after the famous one, was it with Belmo at the Masters where the towel was on his ball?
Yeah.
I'm like, come on. So the next time I bowled him in a regional, the minute we get on the thing, I'm like, I'm going to put my towel right on his ball. I couldn't resist it. He goes up to the line, and he picks it up, and he looks at me, and I'm like, oh, sorry, I didn't know. Oh, God. He's one of the more misunderstood. He's a Jekyll and Hyde, is what I've always called Pete. He's kind of a Jekyll and Hyde, but honest to God, off the lanes, man, he'll give you the shirt off his back. He's done a lot of terrible things here and there that he's paid a huge price for, and which I know he regrets some of them, but he's on total a huge positive force for bowling. I mean, he was one of the guys that helped keep the PBA alive as the fan favorite, and I know him well, and I've had to write some stories about him that that weren't fun to write, but as a journalist I had to, And, but I've also had the joy of competing against him, occasionally beating him, and hanging out with him some, and just seeing and writing about some of the greatest moments in bowling history. And the one that should have been number one in the PBA 60 greatest moments was, of course, the "Who do you think you are? I am." That definitely should have been number one.
What was number one?
It was Don Johnson's Ring and 10.
Gotcha.
And I think if they did it over, I think Pete would win, because as the years have gone by and we've seen,
it's a cultural phenomenon.
Yes, it's
it's in pop culture.
Something that you'll be watching some baseball and Major League Baseball game, and someone will say that and it'll be like, there is nothing else in bowling that has gone viral like that and gone beyond, where people who don't even know who Pete Weber is probably say that and know about this. And it's the greatest single moment, and it's, to me, the greatest single shot in bowling history. On the flat pattern to win the 5th U.S. Open, and he dead flushed it.
After Mike Fagan threw all 3 in the 10th, or at least doubled. He definitely doubled.
Yep, and I mean,
to force that situation.
Fagan could. That's one of those moments where if Mike wins that,
it could be a life changer,
Hall of Fame. It would have been his second major, I believe.
Thing.
Yeah, and I talked to Mike about that when I did a story when he retired and went to business school, and we talked about that. And it's not that he has hard feelings about it, but you can see that there's a lot of what if there,
Yeah, he may not have done what he did.
Yep. He bowled such a good game that game too. If you go watch that on YouTube, you will see how good a game Fagan bowled there. And then he's the guy sitting on the bench. Well, who do you think you are?
Shot for Trent. So 8 or better. Trent's going to be in the 240s. And Gifford starting to put in some work. He was flirting and paid the ultimate price now. Victor Cortez. Oh, that's tough. That is tough. Spare strike gets him to 221. Cam can get to 221. David Cole did shoot 215. So he now has 2 215s on his scorecard today.
Yeah, he missed a single pin in the 8th.
Yep. Cole's going to be on 7 and 8, so we'll get a chance to see the leader. He'll be on, 8, 9, 10.
And he'll be in front of you the rest
11,
of the way.
12. Yep, he's going to be on the streams, or in camera range for the remainder of this round 2.
Joe's not dumb. He originally set this up so that the leader pairs would come in front of where the cameras are usually set up.
We talked about it last night. That's, and Mike certainly would attest to this, but that is the relationship between live streamer and tournament director also is important with regard to, if there's a bracket, where the matches go, how close can we get so we don't have to move too many things. There's going to be some movement, but you don't want to have to go from 9 to 1.
Right.
You don't want to have to do that move. If you have to do it, then you got to know it early so you can plan ahead, run the cable down there. I've had some things you do get some weird moves, but if you know ahead of time, I'll just run the cable down there, and I know I got to put a tripod down there. When we get to that round, it's ready to go. You just got to plug it in. If you don't know it ahead of time and they spring it on you, that can be a little bit of irritation right there.
Yeah, I don't know how you guys do this. There's so many wires and so much stuff here. Man, this is not.
This is a calmness, too, right here. You try to have them all, the slack spooled in the circle, and so it's not literally everywhere. But sometimes, depending on where you are and how small your space is, it could be a little bit iffy.
Are you, what's going to work for you here, the 9 and 10 or 7 and 8?
Either one's fine.
Okay. We've used, which was always 13 and 14.
Right.
Again, you used to start with 5 and 6 because there's 4 corporate party lanes over there that they don't count anymore. So they changed it. Instead of running from 5 to 30, it runs from.
So 9 and 10 was 13 and 14.
Yeah, so when you look at last few years of live streams, you'll see the title match was always on 13 and 14. It's 9 and 10 now.
It's so funny when I think Bob was telling, someone mentioned on the air yesterday that the lane numbers had changed.
Yep.
It might have been Eric. And of course, I was watching last year's stream to kind of get an idea of where to set want to set up. And ultimately, we're in the same spot. There's maybe one pair off. But now I know that 9 and 10 is actually
13
and 14. I'm like, oh, okay, still in the same area. Because I'm thinking, all right, 13 and 14, let me put a camera down there, which is still in play, which it's funny the way that worked out.
Yeah, so it's hard when I was talking to people yesterday. I was referring, it's 29 and 30 still hooking out of the, it's 5 and 6 still, and they're like 29 and 30, and I went, because I didn't even realize. I looked and I went, oh, he did that finally, because people had talked about that.
Sure.
Why does he just not count those 4 lanes? Why do we start with lane 5?
Well, he did it.
Yep, so I got it. All right, well, I am going to go get some lunch. I got 3 or 4 phone calls to make for some business and personal stuff, and then I'll be back up for if London's in here, maybe I'll wait till the ladder and let him run things through till then.
Okay. That sounds good, my friend.
All right.
Appreciate you. That's Jeff Riggles of 11thframe.com hanging out. After this game, I'm actually going to take a small break as well, recharge the battery, hydrate, and make sure I get a snack before the snack bar closes. Heard maybe a bowling ball dropped off a chair, perhaps. Jason Miner. I love that run back. Put up a nice block yesterday. And let's see. Jason. Where is Jason? 27th at the moment. Bo Brunig. Speaking of Madison, Wisconsin, how about that? He could just channel. He could feel the energy of Madison, Wisconsin being discussed at one point. And here he is. He pops in. Well, good to hear from you, Bo, as always. Hope the parents are well. We'll have to connect. Bo, we got to catch up. I always forget that you don't live that far away. Shout out to ND Bowl TV. Yes, you too can respect all of the live stream grinds. It can be a grind some days and much better than others. Yeah, it's a tough game there for Jenna Williams, 189. All right, so with that said, I'm going to grab a quick snack as we move into game 8. Had to make sure the graphics were right. I'm at the point where you're like, oh, is it really game 8? Let's see let's real quick. We'll start at 13. Now they got a couple of shots in. All right, so we'll just start here briefly, and then we'll come back and See if Cam can make a run because he's feeling a run is still left. So we'll see if he can make a run. We'll see if Trent Mitchell can make a run. Lucas Herzrud on that pair, 9 and 10. His mom's watching from the concourse area. Robert Vader, of course, David Cole has been the leader since game 2 today. All right, BRB. You're watching the 11thframe.com Open round 2. We're in the back half. We're not that far away, folks, from a Stepladder finals. And will take place on 9 and 10. But first things first, we got to know which 5 are going to be in the mix here on Bowlstream TV.
Right. I'm talking. So, oh, still a lot better. That's one thing. So by you doing like, how do you stop?
Long time no see. How's everything going? Good? No, I'm I did want to come up if you guys are talking about it. Really? Okay. Everything been running good? Yeah, good. It's been hot out. I mean, I didn't help them. What's up, Brandon?
Calculations for averages per game. This is kind of what it looks like.
just an FYI. Ooh, excuse me. That's called eating in a hurry. All right, so we do have a front 8. And it is by, looks like at the moment, it is Dave Dentlinger, I believe. Yep, it's Dave. He was the low man. I think it was, game 4? It was game 4 on 21 and 22. Garrett Meadows shot 300. Luke Switalski shot 300. Cameron Foster shot 300. And Dave shot 277. He was low. And now he's got the front 9. If you're joining us for the first time, this is game number 8 of 12. 12 games on Sunday's round 2 here at the 11thframe.com Open. We had Jeff Riggles in the booth, of course, of 11thframe.com. We had Joe Engelkiss in the booth. Joe of Greater Iowa Bowling Association is the tournament director. Jeff will join us again perhaps later this block or certainly the Stepladder finals. As I just learned, 9 and 10 used to be 13 and 14. Good shot there from Cortez. That's on the bottom right of your screen. Here on 13 through 16. As the scoring pace certainly has dipped. And as Jeff talked about actually in the past, this is about the time where lefties start to make their move up the standings. Could that be the case for Cam Crow? He's trying to give himself the best possible chance. Same thing with Brandon Cryer. Uh-oh. That's one where you could actually say that one was on him, right? He got that one left immediately. Actually didn't get a good break either because the 4-pin fell, but it actually nudged the 7-pin further back and near the back of the deck. I'm trying to slow that mind down a little bit. Nice spare. I do have the latest standings after 7. We'll go through those. Cam right now in 28th, but I mentioned Dave Dentlinger with an opportunity at 300. David Cole is still the leader, and he's got a 120-plus pin lead and some change at the moment. Brett Lloyd and Mike Kickmall both with 299s. As Dave Dentlinger gets the first one in the 10th frame. Good spare there for David Cole. We'll go next door. See a little bit of Dave. All right, he's in the 290s. He's trying to join the party that the crew that he's crossed with today. And these crosses were based on standings after qualifying. So the first 4 grouped together, 5 through 8, 9 through 12, etc. Luke Switalski trying to finish strong. He's been in the mix all day long. Luke right now in 6th place. Robert Vader's been in the mix. This is Robert here. Okay, here's Dave. Left side of your screen there. Oh, how about that? He was owed that. He needed that to happen. That is now the 5th 300 game of the day. Or is it the 4th? No, it was the 5th. Andrew Blaney, that's right. So Andrew Blaney shot 300. He was the first today. Then we had 3 300s, as I mentioned, in the same game on the same pair of lanes by Luke Switalski, Garrett Meadows, Cameron Foster, again, who crossed with Dave Dentlinger. And then now in game 8, Dave Dentlinger gets his own 300. Take a quick look at that. Wow, look at that hit. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Some of you have been here all day long, and that is certainly appreciated. Hit that thumbs up if you don't mind as you enter and even exit. Go ahead and share if you don't mind as well. Let's get the standings up on the screen. And for those of you who may be just joining us again, click the pinned link for all of your results today. Top 5 will advance to the Stepladder Finals. Again, David Cole still your leader, 34-55. Bedler at 33-22. You see the round 2 totals. You know, Cole's at 18:05. It's interesting. Andrew Blaney was 2nd. He is now 9th as his pace is kind of slowed just enough. Bobby Habetler working his way. He is now 2nd. That was a big shot there for David Cole. It's a big double. Still puts him in 240 territory. Book Kroll now 3rd. Ryan Powers is starting to get loose here. He shot 279, and that was the high game. You see all of the numbers in red. Those indicate the high games for that particular game. And if you're unfamiliar with the format and the bonus portion, each player is essentially bowling the field each game, as opposed to what you be familiar with in a round robin type scenario with bonus. So if you are or have the highest game in a particular game, you get 48 bonus pins. Second high gets 47, 46, 45. Subsequently, if you have the lowest game in a particular set or game, then you get 1 bonus pins, and you see, or 1 bonus pin, excuse me, and you see one. Andrew Blaney, unfortunately, 155, so he got the 1 bonus for Game 7, which is the example used there. Josh Kennedy, he was the leader coming in as 5th. Luke Switalski, he was in the top 5 for a few games. Garrett Meadows has been very good today. Robert Vader, Andrew Blaney, as mentioned, Kai Evans, Cameron Foster, Christopher, or Big Toph, as he is often referred to in the chat, Chashansky, 11th, Justin Abu, 12th. Huge shot there for David Cole. David Cole, originally from Deerfield. I'll never forget, we had a nice, fun trip, junior gold, my first junior gold in 2005. And Cole, David Cole used to be an avid hooper. He loved basketball, still does. But we went to hoop, me, him, Andre, I got Dre, a couple other people. Just found a park, some blacktop in Indianapolis, and we just hooped before probably practice session or something crazy. Good times back then. Cam trying to make it a good time here. He'd love to shoot 240. A break was actually on its way, and a pin stopped that from happening. Victor Cortez, he's in 16th, and he is not out of it by any stretch. 279 opportunity here for Victor, which could be the high game. So this could be the moment where Cortez Jr. makes a big run. There's a possibility of 279 on 13 and 14 in a moment. We'll take a look at it. Bang, Cortez. I see you, Victor. Okay. Nicely done by Victor Cortez Jr. 279. .227 for Cam. It's not 250, and I know he's that's where he is right now at the moment. But 227 is not 150. Still with a handful of games left. We know, I mean, obviously that was on the fresh, but 850 was shot this morning from David Cole. 856. .823 from Andrew Blaney. Back to Cole here. Another game in the 240s for David Cole. 297, 280, 279, 215, 252, 267, 215. Big game here for Jace, too. And now Robert Vader. No. Vader is 8th after 7 games. I'm a little surprised to not see Jace here performing just a little bit better. He had a couple of 180s early and started to come alive. 240, 2-0, 214, 233. And now, of course, shooting 257. Jace looks a little bit like a former Elite Youth Tour player who now bowls at Calumet College by the name of Donovan Lake. Looks a little bit like Donovan. All right, let me quickly, we got a fill shot left for 279. And this is huge here for Brandon Cryer. One of the lefties that could make that run that Riggles was talking about. All right, 277 for Cryer. Who had found himself right now in 32nd place, but he's not going to get the 48, but he might get 47 bonus pins this game. That's because Dave Dentlinger shot 300 in Game 8. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the talent level here. And, you know, I think sometimes, too, and I've been blessed to be able to stream a lot of, you know, what we would consider national events where, you know, people are making the trip, and it's national a lot because of the, you know, what first place might be or the prize fund total, you know, like a New Mexico Open. But when you just think about just the region around Iowa, and I was talking to Jeff about this earlier with the states or Joe. I mean, just looking around Iowa. All right, we're moving to Game 9. It's starting to feel real, if you will. It's starting to feel real. I'm curious about Brandon Cryer and his start here on 15 and 16. So I'm going to watch his start. Cam's on 11 and 12. Looking across the building, everybody is in game 9. In fact, 3 through 6, but they're already halfway done with the game. That would generally mean there is the groups, of course, nearby, as we just saw, just getting started. Luke's dad, Phil. See, I believe the rest of the Switalski family, or at least some of them, had to make their drive home. Luke's over on 7 and 8. We'll take a look at that group in a moment because, as we talked about, they've just been putting numbers together. I think what's been impressive to me about today is not just the high scores, but for someone like David Cole to be consistently good for this many games, and it's not over yet. And so, he can't let the foot off the gas by any stretch, but, it's hard to keep striking for 12 games, and we're not there yet, but which is why when scoring records get broken, to me, it is impressive. And I know, people have different opinions on scores. But if you break a scoring record, that means you were consistently striking for however many games it is. That's hard to do. Got that feeling like Cam knows he just needs one game. Put him right back in the mix. Curious where this game, there it is. Thank you to Miss Rosie. I was just about to say I'm curious where that game put Dave Dentlinger. He moves up to 13th. David Cole's lead is now just shy of 200 pins, but Josh Kennedy has moved into second after shooting 202, 192. His last 4 games include 234, 258, 242, 247. Kai Evans has moved his way into third, 267 that last game. He's 3 pins back of second. David Bukrol is 10 pins back, or really 13 of second. Andrew Blaney, who was just in ninth after the 155, his low game of the day, shoots 247. Got himself 37 bonus pins, and now he's back in fifth. Bobby Habetler is sixth. Victor Cortez Jr. catapults himself into seventh after the 279 we just watched. Just to give you the context, all right, there were 2, or at least 1. Yeah, there were 2 299 games in the same game that Dave Dentlinger shot 300. Brett Lloyd and Mike Kickball both shot 299. So Cortez Jr. shoots 279 and actually wasn't really close to getting the max bonus pins. But Evan Flath is starting to show some late signs here. Flath shot 289. He did not have a very good start at all. 150, 182. He's an incoming freshman headed to St. Ambrose, where he will begin classes next week. Last few, though, 234, 212, 210, 289. Garrett Meadows knows how to use his ball speed, man. Pretty impressive to watch. Brett Lloyd, by the way, moves into eighth with that 299 game. Right now, second through eighth is separated by 45 pins. Second through eighth separated by 45 pins. Pins. Obviously not a lot. Of course, that's not even a full Baker game. You can get 48 per game. There's so many in contention here from, man, I mean, obviously everybody. Which puts a little bit of, again, you got to give David Cole some extra credit. And I know school's about to start, but he's got 20-62 for 8 games. 20-62. That's not including bonus. That is scratch. All right, so these players here, some, let's see. Well, even Justin DeBoot, he shot 162. Yeah, I was gonna say he was in position to make a run. Clay Reese is quietly making a little move. not a ton of players right now in this particular cross at the moment. In a position to make some noise. Well, obviously that could change here in just a second. Good shout out to the Green family. Got their newborn, 3 months old, young Braylon. All right, so we'll go back next door real quick. 13-16 now, bottom of your screen. Over on 11 and 12, Victor Cortez Jr. He's still striking away. Where is Trent Mitchell? Trent is in 15th place. Luke Switolski over on 7 and 8. Luke is now 14th. It's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-team 190 here lately for Luke. Curious if you guys would mind sharing. Let me know where you're watching from. Who you're rooting for, though, as well. Love to see who you'd like to be in the top 5. Or we had a couple of individuals kind of new to bowling, new to the stream, who hopped on yesterday and just watching bowling, which we appreciate. I certainly appreciate it, but in the industry, it's appreciated when, you know, platforms such as obviously YouTube and social media in general have introduced, I think, bowling to a lot of fans who wouldn't have normally seen or heard, perhaps, what's happening in the bowling industry. There's some really cool social media influencers who have, you know, not necessarily picked up the sport, but utilized their ability to bowl and for more or less to, you know, while they're learning, document it on social media. Picked up a lot of fans with that, especially on Instagram. Okay, Jace, you might be starting to put this run together. Well, that's nice of you, Eric. And see, that's a prayer right there. That's deep. We go meditate on that later. But I truly appreciate that. Florence, South Carolina. I got to get to Columbia. That's on my list. I'd like to go to a South Carolina women's basketball game. We got Omro, Wisconsin. I hope I said that correctly. Five and 6. A couple scores being produced, possibly. Big Toph is over there, too. Really like the game of Ben Slickland. First of all, I love this name, and still do. He's on a much better pair. He did not have fun on the over on 7 and 8 in the last game. Had his lowest game of the day over there. Don't look now, but Cam Crow's got the front 6 on 11 and 12. I tell you right now, and it's not just to defend his title, but he'd love nothing more certainly than to make this show again. 3 lefties in the field of 48 here this morning, into the afternoon now. Yeah, it looked like he lost that one at the bottom of the swing there. Lucas Hersrud. I saw him a couple of years ago and just knew he was going to be special. Jace. Bang. Uh-oh, Jace. He's got that look. Doing a quick scan, I do see a front six. Actually, no, that's Cam. Yep, never mind, that's Cam. 3 and 4 is done though. Low game over there was 225 that game. I'm sorry, 224. 224, 225, 239, 241. Is this John Cryer Jr. of USBC Open Championships fame? John, don't tell me this is your son bowl, because that would be wild. It would be on brand, right? Because Brandon is left-handed. So is John. Wow, John, that's crazy. Well, that's awesome, actually. It is crazy. It's crazy for me because obviously, you know, the Open Championships history. I was just having a convo with Riggles about that, and asked him about what it was like to watch Mark do his thing earlier. Cam just wrapped a 7. But now here's John Cryer's son, Brandon, doing this thing. He's been trying. He's got himself back on the first page after that 277. He's 23rd. Did I put those numbers on the scoreboard? Someone tell me. Did I put game 8 on the scoreboard? I thought I did, but maybe I didn't. I don't think I did. Now, hopefully you guys click the link to get to the scores, but I am going to put it on the score on your screen just in case, because I've been doing that all day long, so I'm going to continue to do that. David Cole. There's not necessarily a knockout punch. We still got a couple more games left before I think we can get to that point, but I feel like David Cole is getting closer to that knockout punch territory. Like Mike Tyson's punch-out type of knockout. But the problem is the bonus, as Jace gets another one, right? The bonus pins really keep you away from having a knockout punch. It makes the opponents around you still have life even after a 15-round drag-out fight, with still enough energy to have that knockout, their own knockout punch available. But again, this is going to be 9 straight games, and David Cole Now, I didn't see him on the fresh. So, and I'm sure he's had to move his feet. And a big part of this pattern, as both Joe and Jeff have talked about, and Bob for that matter, Huck Ryan, who runs the center here, is being able to have a pattern that allows or that keeps players, specifically right-handers, from having to loft the double count. So you have to start right with that in mind. And Cole, I mean, he's barely left to 10 at the arrow still. Yeah, 37-39, and David Cole 20-52 for 8 games. Oh, Ben. Hey, man, you got to give yourself a chance. You never know. If he can finish the game here, you never know what could happen. I see a front 8 on 15 and 16. That might be Brandon Cryer. Uh-oh. Let's take a look at him down there real quick. And it is Brandon. Coming off the 277 game. Oh. Brandon Cryer. Oh. All right, so Cryer with the front 9 over there. All right, so Cam opened in the 9th. He could shoot 245. That was a split. Seeing Bobby Habetler nearby. I think he's going to be on the low end of the building now, I think. Ben Slickland, by the way, left a 3-pin first shot in the 10th frame, so his best is now 259. Lucas Hersrud over on 11 and 12. Hersrud is in 19th. Still with plenty of chance. Like I said, that would have been 270 even. I beg your pardon. There was a spare there in the 3rd that I missed. Herzrud made that spare too. That was clutch. So strike gets him to 246. Trent Mitchell can shoot 245. Actually, I'm sorry. Trent's going to shoot 205. Herzrud can shoot 246. David Cole can spare strike for 245. And if you're a fan of baseball out there, specifically the Pittsburgh Pirates or the Chicago Cubs, all tied at 1. Top of the 4th inning, 1 on, 1 out. For the Pirates, Javier Assad on the mound for the Cubs. Hello, Brandon. I actually just learned that Kai is in Joplin. I talked to him this morning. And then he actually ran down his hometown history, if you will. And that certainly had to ask, did he fly? And he said, I drove. I'm like, oh, wow, you drove from Georgia. No, I didn't tell me about Joplin. Okay, here is young Brandon Cryer. Right side of your screen. Dad is watching, and I'm sure the family watching at home. Got a break in the 9th. Won't get the break this time around, but he makes the spare, and he's got back-to-back games in the 270s. Cam Crow going to be in the 240s. Right now, he and Brandon are the 2 highest standing lefties at the moment. Trenton Hulls just hasn't been able to figure something out consistently. On the last fill shot, Brandon went to what looked like maybe a Black Widow pink urethane, maybe. He gave that a look on the fill. See what he'll throw on this one. Again, the bowlers are $2,800 on top. Second's going to get $2,300. Third, $1,800. Fourth, $1,400. Fifth, $1,100. $278, so that's $277, $278 back-to-back for Brandon Cryer. And just like that, Mr. Cryer may find himself maybe, this is a maybe, but he could find himself around that 15th-ish area. Maybe somewhere between 15th to 18th-ish. With still 3 to play. As the faces start to get a little bit longer for some of these competitors. And I don't think it has anything to do with regards to like conditioning, stamina. You know, guys are into it. The women are into it from that perspective. Yeah, but you get to a point sometimes where you're like, okay, I can't put the triple together that I need. Can't put the 4-bagger together that I need to kind of keep pace. But 230 is still a good game. At this point, though, I feel like, you know, if you're someone like David Cole, 230 is a great game. You're going to get a significant amount of bonus pins still. All right, let's see who's the first to bowl. We'll go to 7 and 8. David Cole, that looked like a ball change over on 11 and 12. I'd be curious what that is. It definitely looks reactive. Jashansky repping the Storm Youth Championships jersey. He was in 18th after 8 games. I'll see Bobby Hebetler on 7 and 8. And we're going to see Bobby for the next couple. He's going to finish on 11 and 12. Tell you, one name we haven't really said a lot about today is Jorge Rodriguez. And he was really good yesterday, but he just hasn't been able to put the big games together. And everyone around him, of course, has. And that's really the difference. You know, 228, 215, 248, 215, 216, 214. And with scoring pace as it was, certainly for the first 5 games, yeah, you're not gaining a lot, of course, on the field, unfortunately. By the way, you'll notice, or may have noticed, that we've got a different background on lane 10. That it actually was on lane 11. So I'm wondering, is it just going to keep moving for the final couple of games here, and moving pairs, that is. Dawson Peterson, who shot 300 yesterday, he too hasn't had a big day as well. He's got a couple of 170, 180, 2-0 games in there. His high game of the day is just 243. Austin headed to his sophomore campaign at Wisconsin Whitewater. Got a chance to win a national championship with Garrett Meadows at Wisconsin Whitewater this past year. Brandon Mooney in his first, I believe it was his first year, maybe second year at the helm. I think it was his second year at the helm at Whitewater. The Dawson Peterson fan club, well, Alex, that thing should be running over with fans. trying to remember. Oh, you know what? I streamed the Midwest Youth main event 2 years in a row. And I'm pretty sure he won one of the divisions. I think it was U18 at the time. In 2023. That's when I first saw him. And, I mean, I was superbly impressed. I don't even know if you can be superbly impressed. A lot of 9 right there from Luke Switalski. See Cam Crow bottom right of your screen. We'll keep our eyes on Brandon Cryer as best as we can. He would have moved down to 17 and 18. And of the players making a charge late, he is leading that charge after shooting 277, 278 back to back. We will have the Stepladder finals. Thank you, Miss Rosie. We've got standings in front. Stepladder, at this point, it's 2:20 Central. So I'm going to say about 4 o'clock, about 4 p.m. I think is a good time to approximate with regard to the Stepladder finals. There will be a separate event, of course, for the championship finals, and I'm speaking from the bowl stream TV perspective. All right, so real quick on Brandon Cryer. He did jump to 13th. All right, so Cryer is now 13th. He is actually now 103 pins back of 5th. 103 is the number for Cryer right now. 5th place is 38.08. 5th place is Kai Evans. Luke Kroll 38.14 in 4th. Bobby Habetler 38.17 in 3rd. Josh Kennedy 2nd, 38.25. David Cole has a 200 pin lead on 2nd at 40.25. Click the pin link up top. Defending champ Cam Crow 21st. Cam is about 150 or so back. Victor Cortez Jr., well, I thought if he had been able to put the back-to-back games together, much like Brandon did. But now Cryer moves in front of Cortez Jr. Gotta watch out for Dave Dentlinger. He might sneak up on some folks here and maybe make this show. I'll double check our standings from the combined. And at the moment, Kai Evans, who began the day in 40th, just from that perspective, has made the biggest leap in the standings today. He is currently 5th. He's gone from 40th to 5th in 9 games worth of competition, still 3 more to complete. All right, let's get you something here. Oof. Quick look at the standings. Again, David Cole. Actually, that's not right. Sorry. That is incorrect. Not gonna lie, I saw something fly in the air just now, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, is that a bowling ball?" All right, quick look again. So David Cole, 200 pins ahead of second at 40.25. Josh Kennedy is second at 38.25. That first column to the right of their last name is where they began the day. Oh, I gotta check that. I've got Kai, or there must have been a tie. You're correct. That's what it is. So Kai technically tied for 38th. And not, of course, 40th in the standings. And then Brett Lloyd was 41st. So we've got 2 players, 38th, 41st respectively, who have made leaps and bounds. And shoot, Brett Lloyd is just 2 pins back of Kai. I'm trying to remember if those two get a chance to bowl with each other before Brett transferred, and of course Kai subsequently transferred to SCAD. And I'm speaking of their time at Mount Mercy. As competitors, Brett is returning as a graduate assistant. Yeah, they did. That was the year that but they had Brandon Bone, Kai Evans, Brett Lloyd. These are just names I remember. Thomas Burns. He bowled this week. I remember Harley Sheen. Just thinking of individuals that I can recall. Kai Yamada. Nathan Schramm. Gage bowled this week as well. That was the 2022-23 season. All right, so I'm looking around. I don't see strings. Now we're in the 2-8-10 zone. And Big Toph did not want that. Look, Kroll next door. He's just a flat out bowler, man. Yeah, I don't cover the PBA a lot in person. I see about one event a year now for Bowl TV. Of course, which is where you can find all PBA and PBA 50 competition. When it is not on television, of course. But I see one event a year. That's been the last couple of years for me. But, man, watching Boog up close, he can just flat out play. I'm going to give you guys a link right now for those of you who will be joining us for the championship finals, and I hope you do that. I'm just going to drop the link now so you can have it as a tab open. So that way you don't have to go find it. It's on the channel. It's it'll be in the upcoming event section, but go ahead and have that as a tab open already. Or if you need to refer to it, you can. It's clickable, of course. So that's the championship finals link. That's where the step ladder is going to take place at the conclusion of round 2. Lanes will be oiled, of course, and from what I understand, we will have it on 9 and 10. Now, very interesting, though, what Boog is doing. He's going to come over here on 7 and 8, but it looks like he might be the furthest left. '21 and 22 was a hot pair today. Boy, Dave's put together a nice run here late, and all of a sudden he's got 3-bagger, split, double, split. If you're in the top, obviously you still got to put up some score, but you need a little bit of consistency as well. Big games will certainly hurt you. Scooby, great point, and one recognized by, of course, a viewer and a fan of bowling. And obviously always talking to you, you got an understanding, obviously, of what it takes, not only just to compete at this level, but, again, as you mentioned, the lane pattern itself. And, again, that was a point that Jeff, Joe, they each have told me this separately, and they both said it on the air in separate situations about why the pattern itself. They had a Loft Fest, I think it was the 2014 year, and then next year they said, all right, we got to do something a little bit different. Bug, minimal loft. He looks to be the furthest left. He's actually a little further left than Big Topher here. Yeah, they go for a 12-game round 2. Got to have something that can hold up for that many games, especially with obviously the majority certainly would be righties, generally speaking. Well, Boog might be in his low game situation here. He is 4th. His low game of the day is 200 even. And he can shoot 201. Speaking of Boog Kroll, that was him to your left, as you saw. Oof, Josh Kennedy missed back-to-back spares in the 9th and 10th for 190. He was in second. He was 8 pins in front of Bobby Habetler. He actually was 11 pins in front of Boog Kroll. Well, Kroll might move up a spot. At least he'll be in front of Kennedy. He could actually be in the same spot. Kennedy is certainly going to take a small dip. Opportunity for Bobby Habetler, but he can only shoot 198 this game. This is where the frustrations are starting to really show. Oh, I beg your pardon. I was looking at letter C. Bobby is letter D. So Bobby actually can shoot 246. That's much different than, of course, 198. So Bobby's actually looking to move back into second and maybe have a small cushion, very small, like extremely small. I think Mark London is going to join us for perhaps the final couple of games here, as we get closer and closer to determine the top 5 of whom will advance to the Stepladder finals. Seen some of the lowest games we have seen all day long. Big game here for Habetler coming up. Big 10th frame, I should say. Still not much brewing over on 15 to 16, although Jason Miner can still put a nice game together. I think 257 is the max. Jorge Rodriguez. he's not out of it. Speaking of Jorge, if he can put 2 more in the 10th here, get into the 250s, he could make it interesting with 2 left. Garrett Meadows, we're at the point where players have had to move left. Saw Jorge do the same thing. We saw this a little bit yesterday, but not a ton. And I only saw it on one pair, and I talked about it earlier on 5 or 7 and 8, and it was just game 5. And obviously, the amount of urethane that's taken place going down the lane. This is game 10, and the pattern obviously designed to hold up. But for those who have decided, they gotta move left and just, start to ease it to the friction, if you will, missing up the lane is where it becomes troublesome. Then you leave the 2-pin, 2-8 bucket, 2-8-10 type combinations. And all of a sudden, these are the leaves you see in the 10th frame. That was a good example of why, at this point they've had to move away from the gutter because that ball just boomeranged. Obviously, Garrett was intentional with that, trying to just hook at the 2-pin. Meadows is in 7th. David Cole now going to give several pins back, actually. He's going to have back-to-back splits in the 9th and 10th on 11 and 12. That is why you just can't quite have a knockout punch. He had 4 through the middle, but the 10-pin fell out. You see it on the right of your screen. And he gets 2. So now the lowest game of the day for David Cole is 180. Bobby Habetler's 225 all of a sudden looks really good, even though it's just 220. Habetler beat both players in front of him. He beat Bill Kroll. I don't know if he beat Kai Evans, but just to give you an idea. Well, Cam took his hat off, so that must mean the frustrations have finally got to him. I would keep your eyes out, though. Jeff was in the booth talking about how charismatic Cam is and great personality, great for bowling as he continues to climb the ladder of what we believe to be success, especially at the next level. But I think it was a good focal point on PBA documentary that I saw. Some filming happening in real time earlier in the season when I was out there. But I believe it's supposed to be on, I think it's HBO Max. Maybe late this season or this year or early next year. And I think Cam will be featured in that to some degree. Two games left. Gifford with 185. And we welcome in Mark London back to the Bowlstream TV booth. Mark, good afternoon.
I've been watching from my desk. I have put my 10 and a half hours in already today. Heading up my 2-state spree, 2 of the 3 here in the tri-states. Little weather up by Lancaster this morning, and no, I am not trying to cat DC3. Heard is 180, but hey, he's playing possum with us. He's just teasing us a little bit. And I'm probably the only person who does not know what the cut was because I went to bed. And I was up at 2:30, and I haven't had a chance to watch until about 10:30 this morning. So
plus 97.
Ooh, I was several spots away.
Plus 97. It was.
I was being optimistic.
There was a tie for 47.
Ooh.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
So bypassed the roll off and everything, which rarely happens, of course.
Ouch.
Yeah, that was a brutal 9-pin from Mr. Powers. He's over on 7 and 8. We'll get back there in a moment because the next 2 games, these are the groups we'll see here in a moment. Are the groups that entered the day in the top 4 and top 8 respectively. All right, we'll go back there and now officially into game 11.
Okay.
2 games left.
And I've been sitting on a DC3 story since last night, waiting to, and now it's, of worth.
Sure. Well, here's the, he just bowled his worst game of the day. All right, and obviously in a 12-game block, the scores will start to tail slightly. So he shot 180 on 11 and 12. He's now over on 13 and 14. He had a 200-pin lead on second prior to the 180. Bobby Hubetler actually beat 4 of the 5 players around him.
Ooh.
He's not going to be in first, I don't think. But his 225 all of a sudden looked really good with the 180s and the 190s and the 2-0s around him in the standings. So he is in as good a position as anybody to grab the #1 seed. He's going to be on 9 and 10 this game. He's about to step up, and he will finish on 11 and 12.
And I've got another prediction. Since I like to brag that Boo Kroll's big run in the last 18 months kind of started here.
Did it? At the tournament?
He made a stepladder. Didn't win. Could have won. But just was out. He got beat. He didn't shoot himself in the foot.
It happens.
Anything like that.
Getting beat is okay.
But
beating yourself is when we get frustrated. As
somebody who spent, as Rich Rubber told me many moons ago, that I was in the top half, but not in the top third. So I spent that 16.67% percentile area. That's my career right there. That's my regional career. Bowl my ass off to make finals, but it was fun. But I think Boo Kroll could sneak if he makes the stepladder, and I'm sure he will if he can solve this pair 7 and 8 right now. He's got not only all the tournament experience, but then you got a couple years on the Big Boys Tour. So you learn a couple things. You change strategy. You know how to handle it mentally. That's one of the biggest things out there. You got to know how to manage it upstairs in the gray matter. And he'll I think he could do it. is I think they also, I don't remember, might have been 13 and 14 they bowled on, and he couldn't. I know 14's got a hang spots for those of you.
You mean the old 13 and 14?
The old 13 and
The
14.
new
So,
9 and
so
10.
it's 9 and 10. So 10 has the hang spot. That's right. Keep having to do my math here. Done way too much math already today. But anyway. But I think I think if Boog makes the show, could easily see him in the final. But anyway, I've been teasing it enough. My DC story. I went over, said hello to him. Hadn't seen him for a couple years. I said, well, great, nice shooting today. How much have you been bowling lately? Oh, not much. Not since nationals.
That's what he told me.
So he came in here with a completely open mind. And I said, well, that's following the advice that all of us Midwestern region guys learned 20, 30 years ago from Dave Traper. He said, if you're bowling well, get out there. Just bowl. If you're sucking, don't worry about it. Just take a week off, take 2 weeks off. Don't quit. We just take that time off and, relax the gray matter. So can't fight that advice.
Yeah, I was joking with him earlier about he told me the same thing about not bowling. And I said, you sure? I can't tell that you haven't been bowling. But I know you've always been that good, so I get it.
It might be just the fact that now we're in heavy lifting mode in day 2 that, but we'll see if it's just a little glitch or whatever.
So the entire group, 7 and 8, of course, just going back to the fresh and remember seeing themselves on, or playing, I should say, much further right, obviously. And now it makes plenty of sense. Rev rates, it's game 11. No crazy or serious loft. I mean, that's I wouldn't even call that loft. It is, but it's very mild. It's if this was mild, medium, and hot, that would be mild.
Mentioning that now watching, Boog manage the lanes and manage the moment. We had a chance over the last couple years, going back to even 2020. We had, I think that was the year we had 3 former Masters winners in the field. It was Tommy Hess, Andrew
Anderson?
and Butters.
Oh, how about that?
That was Butters just missed the round, so he was elsewhere in the building. I'll just leave it at that on Sunday. Coming in to check to see what his travel buddies were doing.
We're awaiting our Game 10 update. Mark London has joined us here. He's going to be writing the local or story for the local newspaper.
Yeah, I was gonna. I just remembered 2 things from your question yesterday. What else do I write about? Well, we had a couple years ago we had Rocky Blyer in town doing his one-man autobiographical play, and being the Yinzer I am, I felt the need to cover it, even though sports didn't have anybody else, and they previewed his appearance. So I said, hey, can I tag along? And Jim Leitner, the sports editor, said, no, why don't you just be there and write it? I said, okay. All right. So it's kind of fun. We got caught up on common acquaintances we know back in Pittsburgh and the like. And I won't get into it now, but the very last question was, okay, what happened on December 23rd, 1972 at 3:29 p.m.? What did you see? And the answer he gave me blew me away. It's not what you think it might be at all. I was not expecting that. But, and also coming up in the middle of October, in fact on the 17th on a Friday, the Telegraph Herald has what they call premium editions. They insert a magazine into the paper that day featuring topics about various things old one-room schoolhouses, old supper clubs. And the topic for October of 25 is, wait for it, area bowling. The history of area bowling. And there's a few historical artifacts floating around. We're going to get in touch with some of the local board members, some of the longtime bowlers, to examine, just reflect back on what this great game has meant to what they call Dubuque land in the tri-state region. We have counted to this point 27 past and current centers around it in the readership area, which goes up to Guttenberg, Prairie du Chien, out to Stockton, Maquoketa, and of course Manchester. So, and I'm sure I'll probably get a chat with AJ Chapman's folks about his road to the tour, being one of the better bowlers. And of course the high school bowling has been huge here as well. So that's coming up in the Telegraph Herald, which will also be available online to subscribers on October 17th. As Boog continues to have a little issue with 7 and 8 right now, leaving a lot of flat 10s. Trying to get that loft dialed in.
Well, we've got scores for you. Make sure you pin the link so you can see it up close in the normal font size. But of course, there's so much on the screen. Want to be able to show you as best as we possibly can. So David Cole is still in the lead, 42-12. But Brett Lloyd is one of the players we talked about in the last game, who has been on the run. 264, 299, 258, 268. Those are his last 4 games. Big friend Kai Evans, 267, 232, 237. So now Lloyd and Evans are 2nd and 3rd respectively, with Bobby Habetler, who didn't shoot 225, but he actually lost a spot. He's at 40-76, and now Boog has dropped to 5th at 40-34. Actually remained in 5th, I should say. Actually, no, let me check that. Yeah, he did drop. He was in 4th. He's now 5th. Josh Kennedy is in 6th. He was 2nd 1 game ago. Mike Kickmall finally got one to that big game that I was talking about with him earlier. He had some opportunities. But Kickmall 299, 227, 270 the last couple. So 5th place is Boog at 40-34. Kennedy's 28 back. Kickmall's 34 back. Garrett Meadows 40 back. Dave Dentlinger 50 pins back. I mean,
there's still quite the log jam between 4th and let's see, how far down does it go here? Let's go to, there's still 70 pins down to about 13th. So, if you can get one of those lucky or gift pairs where you don't have to think a whole lot and the shot is there waiting for you, then just go ahead and, get that adrenaline in gear. And just stop thinking, let things happen, and be the ball. But this is the point where we start to see some jumps, and 5 to 7 to 8 spots one way or another. But this is what you watch for. This is why you're tuned in to watch.
Kennedy in the mix. Brett Lloyd is actually going to finish on 5 and 6. He's on 3 and 4 currently. So Kennedy's in the mix on 7 and 8. Habetler on 9 and 10. Then next door, That's David Cole in the bottom right of your screen. And we're going to go check in on Mr. Cole because he does not have a strike now through 5 frames.
All spares.
Yes,
He's
important
getting
to say.
ready to shoot. Looks like a 3.6. I think that number is round.
Ryan Powers is not out of it. He's in the 11th. No, I'm sorry. He's in 13th. Uh-oh. Where's Evan Flath? He's in 21st, and he's got some new teammates who are rooting for him. Flath headed to St. Ambrose. Big classes start this week. He could make it interesting.
As I believe they do at Mount Mercy.
Yeah, this week, tomorrow.
He's a mutual friend of ours. Brought their daughter up to Cedar Rapids this weekend.
The Franklins?
Yeah, exactly. And there was a hot rumor for about a hot minute that Tony might have tried to bowl over here, but nah, that's fine. You know, it's family stuff. It's getting settled in.
Well, you could be like Luke Switalski, who moved in yesterday. His parents helped him move. His sister did too. And then he's bowling the tournament. Bowled C Squad last night. Made the top 48. Was in the top 5 for, I feel like, a good portion of the day. And right now is in 12th. Well, and there's Luke on the left side of your screen there. That's got to get some help. And it will. Wow. Bottom right of your screen, Evan Flath.
I was more surprised at where the ball first hit the lane, about a foot past the foul line. You normally don't see that. But, you know, high revs is a different, is an entity that I'm not quite familiar with anymore. But curious to see how much Boo Kroll coming up on lane 8 will be lofting. I'll try to get a visual on estimated distance past the foul line. I would give it about 10 feet. Nope, arrows. Got a smile on that one. Sanction double. He's going the Belmo distance. 10 feet ain't enough right now.
So Boog can get to 237. Kennedy, oh, wow.
He's a little tighter with that line.
Boy, that was tough.
Yeah. Needed about two more feet of lane.
David Cole still no strikes now through 6, but he picked up a split. Oh, Big Topher trying to make this interesting here on 9 and 10. Real name Christopher Chashinsky. Chashinsky, excuse me. He can shoot 278. He did not have fun on 7 and 8 the pair, but he can actually shoot 278 this game.
Bettler's running into a little bit of a struggle on 9 and 10. Just, I don't know if he set it short, but left a big 4. maybe a little soft with it based on his reaction at the foul line. I think I'm going to sneak a peek at DC3's next frame just to see what get a visual.
Which is like a in-person visual or
Yes,
an on-screen
yes.
visual? Gotcha.
Well, you can do both. That's
Okay.
fine.
All right, so big shot here for Josh Kennedy coming up. This is his 10th frame. He can shoot 249. Huge shot there for Kennedy, who was in 6th place. Just 6 pins back of Boo Kroll. Of course, they're on the same pair. Brett Lloyd. I didn't see what Brett finished with. See if I can find that real quick. Brett was letter A on 3 and 4. He shot 248. Chashansky, a double away from a game in the 270s, folks, and this thing is so far from over. Wow. See if I can get D. Cole's shot here. Kennedy goes. Oh, my goodness. David Cole, your leader. A little bit of loft. Great shot there for David Cole. I don't know what he started throwing something different, I noticed, on 11 and 12. He started with a double. And then at the end of that game, he was throwing something different. And of course, that was his low game. He shot 180. Jace, where's Jace? Because he was starting to make the run. It's 28th. You never know. All right, Boog. Bang. But this entire pair is putting themselves in position. Aaron, they're in all different parts of the standings at the moment. With Boog, Kennedy, or Boog and Josh Kennedy separated by just 6 pins. Evan Flath in 21st, Ryan Powers in 13th. They've all at least given themselves a chance in the final game. A rock back, the loft, Boog. Maybe. Oh, give it to him.
Hello and goodbye. Ha ha. Yes, sir. I'd say, as we all well know, shots like that can really loosen you up physically and mentally. Now you're going, okay, I'm at 230s, you know, repeat the shot, same thing, we'll be fine. We'll be just fine.
This is how I know we've reached that point to where we're about to make that cut, because this is where I, as a broadcaster, this is where I start to get. I described it actually last week somewhere in Rochester, but I was talking about, like, there's a little bit of nervousness you get, but it's not for yourself. It's like as you're watching all these things unfold, there's so much happening, and all of it is on the line, and so that's when you, as the broadcaster, your energy is now in line with their energy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh yeah. Yep. Well, like what Riggs was talking about earlier today, watching McDowell go for.
Oh sure, yeah.
And you get wound up in it. You really get, you're with them.
That's a big 236 right there.
Now that last shot that crawl through. It had to be an experiment. He lofted it another couple feet, and the ball just didn't finish. It looked, it was that in that flat 10 territory. So I think getting it to about the arrows on the fly should be good.
The wild card in this situation is Christopher Jashinsky. Ryan Powers had to have it. One more, he's in the 260s. Jashinsky can be in the 270s. Must strike here. Bang.
Liked it.
Oof.
Boy, that's fun.
But I don't know how old this young man is. But I got to tell you, he's going to be a force. I don't know if bowling is what he wants to do with his life. And even if it's not like at the professional level, he's going to be a force in whatever tournament he's going to compete in. He can bowl.
Well,
and he still looks very youthful. He can't be more than 20 at this point. And that's just a guess. Ball change on the fill. 278.
Wow. Bowling smart. Still have the presence of mind to grab another piece. Just to check the look.
Evan Flath got the 257. Where is young Christopher at? Yeah, I know it sounds crazy. As Christopher was in 31st, he took a hit with that 176 game. But he might get the 48 bonus pins.
Huge.
And that was a 267 on his pair.
We've got
Austin Peterson shot 267, but I don't think he was happy with any shot that he threw in that game.
I was just say who was it on?
Every shot, it was just like there's no way he was happy about any of the shots that he tossed.
And Garrett on lane 12 can throw another strike for 70.
Brett Lloyd, if I looked at the right letter, shot 248. $19, thank you, Yannick, who's on pins and needles. I'm here for you. I am here to provide such pins and needles aspects for you as well. Let's go next door here because we got some things happening. You can't see what's happening on 11 and 12, but Garrett Meadows, who shot 299 and 300 earlier today, has been in the mix all day long, can shoot 279 of his own. And a 4.9. Saw it to the left side of your screen, so he will be in the 260s, 240 plus for Jay Scudell coming up. This is a quality game being bowled here. Meanwhile, all of a sudden, we're at the final game, and David Cole now is in a true fight. A true fight to make the top 5 after essentially being in leading since game 2. He shot 252. Actually, no, that's not true. He shot 297, 280, 279. That was the first 3 games for David Cole today. And now he's going to have a game to make this Stepladder finals. Cam Crow, not to be for the reigning and defending champion Cam Crow. Didn't get a here on Brandon Cryer. he was in the mix. He went 277, 278, then 214. And he has not moved out of that 14th, 13th-ish range. All right, we're in the game number 12. But I am going to watch David Cole's 10th frame here. He's going to be on the left of your screen. This, all of a sudden, man, all the strikes that he threw earlier.
Yep.
It feels like it doesn't mean much at this point. It's importance 10th frame. All right, so spare strike gets David Cole to 161.
The strike he threw back in the 7th frame was straighter, a little more up the back. It was dead flush, 10 back, pure 10 back. I'm surprised he went to try to give it more room to the right.
I feel like Evan Flath is going to be in a situation to where he might be able to make this interesting. Yeah, probably didn't catch it on the bottom right of your screen there, but Book Kroll's first shot hit the lane and went dead left. After the loft left at 3-9 and then missed it. Cole's going to finish on 15 and 16, and well, if it's any indication, you look at the scores put up on 15 and 16. That might make him feel a little bit better, but good ball motion would certainly make him feel better. Speaking of David Cole.
Couldn't tell if that was urethane or not, but it had some surface to it, but it tripped out the 4.57. But as we always know, the fill shot always strikes.
Jay's going to be in the 220s. Robert Vader can still get to the 230s, and Vader is 24th. He's coming off his 2 lowest games as well. Everybody bound to have at least one low game. There's no doubt about that in this 12-game round 2. All right, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Game 12. Here we go.
Nice break at the 4.9 trip. The loft didn't look as far on that one.
No, it
might have been 11, 12 foot. Now he's been doing that for about a game and a half now, getting it further, lofting it to the arrows and such. Now after this, we have about half hour, 40-minute break.
Yeah, that would
something
be
in
about
that. So now the adrenaline goes away, and then you go to your practice pair. Hopefully it doesn't completely leave. You want to be amped a little bit. So you see guys walking around, just trying to keep the energy flowing without getting into total relax mode.
On the left of your screen there, Darren Lundquist. Last year, he was a player that came from 48 to make a run at the show. He did make the show. Zach Carter, Caden Stork, and Matt Hibbard. But over on 5 and 6, Brett Lloyd he's been the player in the last 4 games. Here's a look at the scoreboard. I saw your question there, X. So that's after 10. Okay. That was after 10 games. The leader, unfortunately, has shot 161 in game 11. Brett Lloyd, I believe, if I looked at the right letter, shot 248. So Brett Lloyd, more than likely, is going to take the lead based on, it just depends on the number of bonus pins he's going to enhance, especially if David Cole perhaps gets one bonus pin. Didn't see what Kai Evans has got going. And we watched Boog Kroll. Boog got to 236. Garrett Meadows got to 266. Evan Flath in 21st got 257. And Christopher Cheshinsky, 276. He's not on that screen. He's in 31st. At 10.
That was a 16-foot, about a foot past the arrow.
Evan Flath.
With a paralyzer.
I tell you what, if Evan Flath at the end of the college season is on the all-rookie team or the, is a rookie of the year, or even if he gets player of the year, I will remember this tournament. Would be the first time I watched him before he started his collegiate career. I'm going to think back to this.
And if you saw that shot that Brett Lloyd just threw, stuff of that 9, jeez. That was, considering the smoothest release, especially at this time of day, in game 12. He's just kind of, laying it there and, okay, whatever, Of course he wasn't happy, but still. Zach Andreessen with a nice pitch on 5. He made Stepladder here 2 years ago. He made a nice run at the end to get in.
Kai Evans is on 3 and 4. That's significant because he was in the top 5. He was 3rd after 10 games. So we'll get a chance to see folks who are in range. And again, Brett Lloyd and Kai Evans. Lloyd was 41st, Kai was 38th. We have new standings courtesy of Miss Rosie.
Thank you, Miss Rosie.
Brett Lloyd is now in the lead. First time all day. He got the 41 bonus with his 248 game. He's at 44-10. David Cole is in second. He's got to have himself a game to remain there.
And from that spot, from 3rd, there's 70 pins between 2nd and 3rd, and about 40 between 3rd and 10th. Right now, 5th is at 43.03. And if you even go down 50 pins, you're down to 11th. So still a lot of variables in play here.
So David Cole with 35 back of first. Garrett Meadows is third, as mentioned. 43.05. Kroll 43.04. Kennedy 43.03. Kai Evans 43.02. That is insane. That is insane.
You don't see that often, even during, early in qualifying or the middle, but at the end.
This will absolutely come down, of course, to the bonus. How large or big, or I guess the right word is how high, the individual players I just named, how high their games are, and how many bonus pins they get. That's going to be the difference in who makes the shot.
You could literally see it come down to Phil Ball. Phil Ball. Who's able to get a double, start the 10th with a double, and then, 7 I'm out, 9, got to get them all.
I'm just going to put the top 8 on the screen. Let's try to get the top 10. Let's go to 10. 10 is 42.54. And that's still plenty in play.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty.
And the name that just caught my eye, Mike Kickball.
He's been on a run, too.
He whacks this place, I tell you that. I keep kidding him every year. I said, hey, you should bowl league here. And Boo gets it out to about 17, 18 foot loft and snaps the dime.
Evan Flatt did jump to 16th. Christopher Jashinsky did jump up to 21st. Jashinsky is 154 pins out. Again, Yannick Christopher Big Toph is 21st at 41.49. And I know you want to keep track of that math, but he is 154 pins back of 5th currently. He is on 11 and 12, and he has gone spare strike very early on in that game. And he just left a wiggle 5, which you saw on the right of your screen. The spinner 5.
Oh, thank you.
This is an interesting scenario because normally we'd be able to like figure out these numbers, the cut number, what's going to happen.
We could. Yeah, you could usually get 3, 2 for sure, but
not going to even be close.
Not today.
Because of the
not today.
Got to know the entire field scores to know which bonus pins they're going to get. But it would at least let you know the scratch totals of these game 12 scores. Looks like 11 and 12 is going to be done. 11 through 16, in fact, they're going to be done
almost the same. Yeah.
Yep, last. So 7 and 8, 9 and 10, they're going to be done first. In retrospect, 5 and 6 going to be done. 3 and 4 are going to be done too. Make sure there's nobody over there who can make it. Actually, it's Kai Evans. So make sure we keep our eyes on Kai Evans and his score.
Oof. Oh, jeez. No, he didn't like it. No, he said it was on him. Tugged it just a pinch. He liked the loft, but it was just a hair left.
I gotta tell you, I don't know Evan Flapp at all. Right, this is my first time seeing him.
Mm-hmm.
But if this is how he will approach his competition, and that is the fight literally to the end, especially with the understanding of this format, that to me is arguably even better than his skill, because that means, especially as a coach, I know that even on his worst day, he's not going to give up, and that's a huge thing to have.
He's going to minimally grind, but then you get into different levels of grind. You want it. You're not going to, you're not going to give up. You're just going to, stick to the process, figure it out, get something. And Blomqvist with a shot that he would like to have back.
It's so loud in here. The acoustics in here are just different anyway. And when you add the loft to it, it sounds louder than it really is.
Not much for sound absorption in this building. And if you're not used to it, the color scheme is different too.
Yeah.
You've got orange, sort of not tangerine, but light orange sidewall, red on the sides. Mask units are mostly red and black. Oh. And then the gutters are red to match to go along with the name. Kennedy with the front six.
He's a really good player. Fun to watch him bowl. You know anything else about Josh? Is he local? Or?
No.
Okay. Still money on the line too, folks, this last game. Well, trying to get to the highest seed that they can possibly get. If you don't make the show, 6th is 950. 10th, 720. 9th, 760. 8th is 820. 7th is 880. And as you go down the list, things change from about $20 to $10. From all the way again from 48th to all the way to first. Well, the top 5 a little bit different, obviously. That's when you get into the 4 figures, of course. Well, Kai Evans, I think he just left a possibly devastating A-pin. This is one of those, take your time on the spare. He handled it.
Especially when the heads are toast.
Right,
it's easy to just kind of, not think too much about it.
Strike gets him to 209, speaking of Kai. So just from that aspect, he's behind slightly because of the 2-0 portion of things.
Well,
doesn't mean he's not going to get there.
Last game 2-0 was good for 15 bonus pins.
201 actually.
Yeah,
from
201.
Him. All right, so Kai's in the books at 209. Brett Lloyd just doubled for the first time in this game. His max is 216. And Boog got to make the bucket first and foremost. He made a couple of these last night. If he makes it, he's looking at 213 max. Josh K, front 6. Oh, I'm sorry. Scooby, I just saw your note. Yes, we did say that. I started thinking, oh, let me look down. I see. No, I don't see it on the front six. Update on our guy Big Toph over there. He's gone spare strike through 4 frames. Huge spare.
Got it. Now, interesting when the heads blew up, and he's obviously throwing a spare ball. No need for that rev rate to be further left, because now you're in where all the juice is. You got to get that ball, grabbing earlier. Well, you just throw it right in the teeth of it. So
Toph just doubled for the first time. Finally got a strike on the right lane after going 9 spare, 9 spare. Brett Lloyd 4-pin on lane 5, and his best score is now 195. Where is Ryan Powers? Powers is 10th. Oh, wow. Right side of the screen there, that 4-pin standing.
I'm curious. I'm not at an angle where I can see where he's standing to start. But normally that pair breaks down evenly. Not unless somebody was just throwing urethane on one lane, but even if it was, a couple games ago, that might be gone by now. But normally that pair plays even. You don't have to worry about the heads or anything else. It just plays even. League or tournament shot.
Oof.
Jeez.
Oof. Oof.
Now he's looking to max out at 2-0.
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I banged first one in the 10 for 209.
I saw that.
I had to check scores after 5. I was in 10th. I'm like, I'm not gonna look. And I'm like, going pretty decent. So, I didn't get
Brett Lloyd did shoot 194. He was your leader. There's an opportunity for someone to step in here and grab the number 1 seed. It could be Josh Kennedy. Now, there is a front 7 on 13 and 14. We will monitor that situation. In fact, while we have a moment, checking on David Cole. Mr. Cole is in a situation. He's in a must-strike scenario, and he's got no doubles, and he just missed a spare. Garrett Meadows still in the mix. Wow, Flowers. Oof. He just slid left. He was actually sliding on lane 8.
Looks like Mr. Switowski has our winner of the front 7.
Oh, good for him. I got to tell you, Mount Mercy might have the steal of the college recruiting season. And Luke Switowski. But mark my words on that. Big shot there for Boo.
He's got another one. And actually, 2 more.
Well, this was a hard-working game for him. For 2-0 possible. But it just might be enough. I feel if Kennedy gets the first one here, he might overstep everybody. Didn't like it, but there it is.
He had that look that said, oh, something. It's too high. Please don't be too continuous in there.
He's certainly on the show. Because he's going to pass Boo Kroll. He's definitely going to pass David Cole. And it looks like he's going to pass Brett Lloyd. The bonus pin structure for Brett Lloyd is going to be the deciding for everybody, obviously. But looking at some of the obvious things here, hard to beat 268 in game 12.
Yeah.
When those around you are shooting 2-0, 190, 180. There it is.
Wow. And he set that one just past the foul line. And you saw how aggressively the 6 snapped the dime out. That's impressive. Usually if you get that low at the line, the ball wants to grab a pinch early, and the tendency is to, help and grab it a little bit. But, man, love to see that.
Will gets to 201. Garrett Meadows with a big slap out of a messenger 10. That puts him in the max score of 237. He was third coming into this. That was a well-bowled game.
Excellent.
Saved his best for last. As that is, I believe that's Josh Kennedy's high game of the day. He was your qualifying leader. And it took him a little bit. Lost the lead after game 1 due to David Cole's excellent performance all day long. And at the end of the day, your qualifying leader may now be your round 2 leader, and he might be the #1 seed. Flath, you just don't know. But we'll watch his 10th frame here.
Jeez, stuck the landing. My goodness.
And that's the other thing. Right? That's the other thing. That power, rev rate, and all that stuff. And most of the players, obviously, that we've been watching at this level do stick the landings quite well, which is fantastic for them.
And even the more impressive thing, he literally freezes it. He's able to do that. Not everybody can, because you're generating so much more torque, and it's tough to, get everything coordinated to, go old school with it.
Well, Ryan, I hope you didn't need that one, big dog.
Yeah. Just laughing about it now.
I know it. David Cole. I just saw him strike.
A little wider, still got it. Okay, if you got the right roll. The more, and I tell students this all the time, the more that you can do well on the approach gives you more margin of error down the lane. Sort of like a cone. Jeez.
Well, that was an interesting.
Well, that was.
Okay.
I think he breezed. I mean, you breezed that 8-pin. I mean, the ball, it looked to be literally an 1/8 of an inch, if that. And if it's that close, the pin can feel that. Wants to wiggle just a little bit. Tell you what, as long as we have a moment, I'm going to run down and see how Cole's doing.
Okay. So Flath shoots 259. Again, won't have anything final until the final standings are handed to us. We'll take it down to 13 through 16 now. Garrett Meadows, 2-pin. That max is now 216 for Garrett. Evan Flath. For the record, came into this game 115 pins back of fifth. Well, Big Toph left split there. That's on lane 12, and that's a 210. He was clean through 8. Max score now 214 if he makes it. What you got there, Mark?
Well, Cole's got to throw a double to get to the 190s. He had 9 miss. I don't know what he whiffed.
Well, I got to tell you, with that said, that he's got to have it.
Yeah, he got to have them all.
If Brett Lloyd shot 194, that'll give him a chance still. If he shoots 190,
Well,
he's not going to get around, especially with Boog shooting 201, and Cole having a small advantage. 71 pins over Boog Kroll. So if he can double, or throw the first 2 in the 10th, could not guarantee it from any stretch.
and
Just threw the first one. I mean, this is it. This is it. And still no guarantees. We can't even call that he's going to make it if he gets this first one.
As that scenario rolls out, well, get them all, and you're going to need a little help too.
Meanwhile, to his left, Luke Switalski can shoot 300, and I just don't know. Switalski,
Oop,
no. David Cole, yes.
A little wide, a little slow. Cole got his double. He's going to be in the 190s.
Well, that is a huge four-bagger. Count is really important here. Okay. If he strikes, he has the same score as Brett Lloyd. They would get the same amount of bonus spins. Okay. He's going to lose a few sticks of bonus to Boog Kroll no matter what happens. And for Big Toph, that one's all but over. That's a huge, huge finish for David Cole. That's 194. He will have a chance to make the show. Garrett Meadows finished with 215.
After those last 3 games, that's all you can hope for. Just, give yourself a chance.
It's going to be really close.
Yeah.
It's going to be.
Hey, I said it, 20 minutes ago. It's going to come down to the fill ball. That cliche of, 10th frame. Yeah, well, we're going to the last shot.
Well, shoot, Cameron Foster. He shoot 279. He's got the first one in the 10th. He was only 56 back. He's going to shoot 270 plus. Shoot, Cam might have just jumped his way into the show.
Yep. 10th. First shot on the 10th for Switalski was a pinch slow and a little bit wide. could have left a lot more up than just the single pin, but still, hey, last game of 279. Always a good feeling, whether you're in the middle or at the near the top of the standings.
At worst, he just tied Luke Switalski with 48 bonus spins. Cameron Foster. Which might be enough to get him on the show. Still bowling to finish up. 11 and 12 is done. Big Toph shot 193. Bobby Hebetler was in the mix for so long. He was 8th. Best he can do is 195. It's going to come down to
we just have the down to our, well, it looks like Betler's going to be the last bowler. Well, might not be until the, well, others fill balls. They have decided that we're about to have the last shot of round 2.
wow. Craziness.
That's
He had 3 194s in the last game. Without scores for, again, we don't know what Dave Dentlinger shot. We don't know what Michael Kickmall shot. Clay Reese. I'm thinking Foster probably got himself in, though.
Yeah.
He almost had to.
Well, Kickmall did walk by with not the best look on his face. Usually if you're, you know.
In a normal situation, if you were 56 pins out of the show with a game left and you shoot 279, and you'd only get 30 bonus pins then, and here we'll give you 18 more. You probably made the show. All right, so folks, we will certainly be waiting for the official tally.
As it is going on now as we speak. Stepladder final pair, 9 and 10. The old 13 and 14. 10, we'll see if the on the 6th strip and oil of the weekend we'll still have that hang spot, probably. I don't think they've ever had a topography report here, but it's been, 17 years since the install.
Gotcha.
I wish I could remember. We had there was a team member contest to guess how many games have been bowled. About 3 years ago, because they counted the frame meters.
Okay.
And did some quick math, and I wish I could remember what that number was. Pretty sure it was well into 6 digits.
Well, I have it. Lloyd, this isn't in order. I just have the 5. Lloyd, Cole, Kennedy, Reese, and Foster. That's the 5 I have. I don't know the order.
Well, we heard Jeff of 11thframe.com. He said it sounds like he's got 5 players, but not in order. But he did mention Clay Reese, right? Did he just say Clay Reese?
Yes, he did. So he must have had at least a 250 the last game. Get well up into the
Yeah, he had a Cameron Foster-esque game.
In the 40s for bonus points.
I heard him say Lloyd Cole. He set someone else, and then Reese and Foster.
But what I'm curious to see is how close everybody else got.
Had to be Garrett Meadows in there.
That
David Cole, you know, that 70-pin cushion he had on third, 72-pin cushion he had, or 73. No, 72 on fifth.
Mm-hmm.
That was huge. When you just think about it. And obviously those below him didn't put up humongous scores. And I'm talking about the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place players. Those are all the 2-0s and the 190 players. You had to go all the way down to 12th, 11th, and 12th for big games.
right.
Which apparently, based on what we just heard, we'll, of course, wait for the official number. But the big numbers maybe came from 11th and 12th. We'll also get to the number, or the time, I should say, with regard to the Stepladder finals.
And we have 3:55 as our central time, central daylight time.
Lane's about to be oiled right now.
Just going to run the envoy on the lanes. Looks like 3 and 4 will be probable practice. Not sure how far Dakota is going to go with the machine. Might do 11 and 12.
Oh, that's right, John. Yeah, he had to have said Kennedy, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's who he said
Yep.
had to be.
Yep.
Forgot about Josh shooting 268. He's got to be. I mean, he would definitely
Might have
be.
been.
Thank you, John.
Might have been high game.
Clay shot 268, says Kirsten. That's impressive. So 279 from Cameron, 268 from Clay, 268 from Josh Kennedy. Those three certainly should be in. And then Lloyd Cole with the 194s. Looks like that's going to be enough. Again, we wait and see. Mark, can you hold it down for a couple
Sure,
of seconds?
sure.
I'm going to make one change so I can just save myself a few minutes.
Absolutely.
All right.
Yes, Bruce. I don't know. We haven't heard anything. We're still waiting too. So.
9th going into the last game, and I shot 2 on 9. So I'll probably be like 7th or 8th. They were torched, and I was big angles. And
Yeah.
So it was hard to throw all 3 or 4 baggers. So we'll see. My best finish ever here. So
Yep.
I'll take it.
You did have a nice stretch earlier today.
I did. That 299 game was real nice. That's good stuff. Oh, what are we doing? Are we doing something?
Yeah, a little bit if you want. Yeah. Mike Kickmo joining us now. Hopefully I have the right mic on.
That's right. I can hear you.
Yep. Yeah, shoot. Let's try that one. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Nope.
How about now?
Let's try. Well, anyway.
Technology.
Well, I haven't seen this board before, so just trying to make sure we got. Okay, go ahead. Try that one.
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Can you hear me now?
Nope.
Nothing yet?
Nothing yet. I have to wait for E to come back.
There he is. I see him.
But yeah, you had a heck of a stretch earlier today.
I did. I didn't start off too good, and so I didn't start off too good, but I ended up finding the right angle with that urethane ball the first like 4 or 5 games. And, I managed to I think I got 260s, so that was cool. And I knew I had to get out of it soon, and once I got out of it, that's when I ran into trouble. And went back-to-back 180 games, so was kind of panicking, was losing the look, and now I can hear it. I can hear myself.
There we go. Okay. Good.
Yeah, so I got to those middle 180 games, and I was panicking, and I didn't know what to do, and I was losing my look, and I tried a few different things, tried a few different tricks, and just kind of battled those 180s, and then I saw something on the pair to the right of us. They were it seemed almost kind of walled, and they had a really good look just hooking at it, and I ran into like that urethane carry down once I missed in, but when I was watching those guys, they were missing in, and it was still driving to the pins the right way. So once I figured that out and kind of saw the picture, I went to a bigger ASIM ball in the reality check, got really deep, threw it super far right with a lot of hand, and I never looked back from there. So
I was Mike Hickman with us now. I'm just asking how far to the right at the spot were you able to get it and still have it come back?
Oh, I was cracking it off the one probably on
nice.
a few shots. Yeah, it
Nice.
was real bouncy. So as long as I got it to the window at the right area, it was okay.
But I know with a lot of people using urethane, that window kind of can move a little bit or have different sections to
100%.
it. Sort of like a donut hole.
Exactly. That's what I was running into earlier, and then that's when I saw those guys to the right of me. They were playing. They didn't have that weird window carry down kind of issue. And once I saw that, I'm like, okay, I got to go for it now. And I got deep and let it go, and I let it loose. So
to repeat what you said earlier, you had 2-0 the last game.
Yes.
And you were in 9th going in. Let's see, what was it here?
Yeah, 9th going into the last one.
So you were only about 40 out of the show.
Yeah, so I figured 220, 230 would have got me there, and I had an opportunity for it, but we were just getting so deep, and I was just going, pretty high flush, and I was almost, I didn't go in front of the bar chin, but I was walking around it, and then and it's just a really hard angle just to slide in the left gutter and then throw it to the right gutter, and with accuracy and hitting the window, it's a really hard angle. I think I managed it okay, but unfortunately we didn't get to that 220, 230.
Well, we saw Boo Kroll was in front of us for his last 3 games, and he had more success lofting it.
Yeah.
He was able to get it to 16 to 18 foot.
Wow.
But if he hit one or the other and it didn't work, then okay, now you have to readjust.
Yeah.
On the next shot.
Yeah.
And
yeah, it's all about the angles, and especially on this pattern with so many right-handers just breaking it down. And at the end there, I was lofting it, but like I said, it was just such a hard angle to loft it over the left gutter and get it to the right gutter and get it to like 2-3 and crack it off that spot. I mean, I thought I managed it okay, but at that point, that 2-0 was probably good enough.
Could have been
from that angle.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it all depends on the cross, and you're really not thinking about that.
Right. I tried balling down like the last 2 shots in that game, and it was almost too clean, and that was what I was afraid of, because once I got it in, that weaker ball saw that urethane carry.
And then you're to get that 210 look.
Exactly. So
where you expected to jump off the spot, it just skids through.
But I'm proud of the way I finished. It was looking real bleak there with those 180 games, and I managed to see the picture pretty well there for a 4 or 5 game stretch, and it's my best finish ever here at the 11th frame. I like bowling at Cherry Lane, so it's cool where I ended up, and unfortunately missed it by a few probably, but it is what it is.
Well, Mike Hickman joining us here was in ninth heading, and he thinks he's somewhere seventh place or so. And I'll ask this question again: do you think you want to bowl league here?
I would bowl league here, absolutely. If I wasn't 3 hours away, I would.
You're tied for first.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, now it's getting spicy.
Now,
it's
yeah,
getting
quite spicy. I don't know how more live we can bring that. Apparently, there is. We've just heard.
You don't want to end up talking to a 7th or 8th place guy here. You got to get those guys in here.
Well, you're a friendly face to many of us here, so that's fine. So
yeah, like Emil's my guy and Mark London's my guy. So
there you go. There you go.
Got the buddy system.
And again, tell your dad I said hi.
Absolutely, will do.
And so yeah, I mean, well, the rim plays a lot sharper on the league stuff.
100%.
But yeah.
But yeah, I would definitely bowl. I love this place. I love the look of it. Red's probably my favorite color, so I love the red gutters. The bowlers area is, the tables are kind of awkwardly spaced, but they're actually fine. They're like not in the way, and you can put your stuff here. It's a great establishment, and there's a casino downstairs, so you can go.
There you go.
Win some money in the league and go blow it.
Okay, we're having it. Mike, thanks for your time,
Thanks,
man.
Mark. Appreciate it.
We will have to have a one-roll-off between those guys, and we'll hold that roll-off on a burn pair while the other guys are pulling the final. So that way we can get things kind of started here. I'm going to see where it's going to
Interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Hopefully our viewers were able to hear some of that, where there was a tie for first, and they have to have a one-game roll-off. They'll actually have that during the first game of the stepladder between the fourth and the fifth seed, who we haven't heard officially yet. So it was Josh Kennedy
and Brett Lloyd.
Brett Lloyd. So the roll-off will be on 13 and 14.
Fourth place, Cameron Foster, and fifth place, Tony Reese. The first match on 9 to 10 will be between Clay and Cameron. Cameron will get lane choice. You guys can go down there, and as soon as you get some machine out of the way, we will try to get that going as soon as possible.
All right, so what I'm going to do is shut this thing down real quick. Then I'm going to move over to the championship finals pair that's in the chat. Go ahead and open that up. I'm going to move a camera and get that ready, and then we'll have the stepladder finals. All right, so big thanks to Mark London, Jeff Riggles. Great bowling here from Cameron Foster, Clay Rees late. But Brett Lloyd and Josh Kennedy tie for first. They're going to have a roll-off on 13 and 14 during the opening match between Foster and Rees. David Cole is the number 3 seed. With that said, be back with you in just a little bit. Hi, Kai Evans. All right. We'll see you in just a little bit, folks.
All right.
Appreciate you watching round 2. Again, click the link for the championship finals. I'm moving the camera, and we'll be back online here in just a little bit, right here on Bowlstream TV.